Okay, everybody, welcome to the August 12th City Council meeting. I'll go ahead and call us to order at 6:03 p.m. And if you will, please join me to start with the Pledge of Allegiance, please. Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you all very much. All right. We'll start out with just a couple of administrative items, and then I will kick off the meeting with some announcements and such, just teeing up how our schedule looks this evening. So if we can go ahead and do a roll call. Ms. Trimble, when you're ready.
Absolutely. Beginning with Anderson.
Present.
Becerra.
Present.
Campbell.
Here.
Carlino.
Present.
Farmer. Absent.
Yes.
Jones.
Present.
Jordan.
Present.
Melson.
Present.
Nugent.
Absent this evening.
Savage.
Present.
Sherrill.
Absent this evening.
Okay. Vasecka.
Present.
We do have a quorum.
Wonderful. All right. Thank you very much. We do have approval of minutes this evening. We've got minutes from July 8th, July 15th, and July 22nd in your city council packet. Does any council members have any questions or changes to any of the minutes as written? I'm looking around here, don't see any. I don't see any. Okay, none online. So those will go ahead and be approved as submitted. Thank you very much. All right. Next, we'll move on to agenda item number 3, which is to announce changes to committee meeting agendas and committee membership approvals. Ms. Trimble, do you have any changes to our committee schedule for Wednesday, the 14th?
There are no changes to the committee times or items that are going to be discussed, but I do want to make a note that the council decided to extend the deadline for budget amendments to tomorrow. So we will continue to update the attached documents as we receive them. So people should check back and watch that Budget and Finance Committee amendments for additional attachments.
Wonderful, thank you. And Ms. Trimble, for clarification then, do you think you'll be updating the website with those city council budget amendments tomorrow morning as well, up until the meeting? I mean, Wednesday morning, excuse me.
The deadline is the end of the day tomorrow. So hopefully we will have them all uploaded before Wednesday morning.
Okay. Okay, thank you very much. So members of the audience, folks watching online, and then of course our council knows that our committee schedule and all of the attachments for any agenda item are included on the city council webpage, where you scroll down to the calendar, you can find which particular committee you're interested in. Clicking on that, it opens up all the agenda for every committee and those corresponding agenda items. Okay, I believe that's it for number 3. Thank you very much. All right, so special presentations and proclamations. We do not have any neighborhood council updates this evening. I want to take this opportunity both to talk a bit about how this, what we can expect for our meeting schedule tonight, and then because we may have people attending council tonight that haven't in the last 6 months, I wanted to make sure folks do understand that City Council has updated the flow of the agenda this spring. This is to better organize the business items that City Council must respond to, especially as it deals with land use matters that are statutorily required and things of that nature. So at the beginning of our agenda, you just saw me cover some basic administrative items. We go through roll call, we go through minutes, we go through the committee schedule. Then really the bulk of the City Council agenda and the business of the City Council agenda are the next several items, which are items really four. I mean, I would include special presentations from neighborhood councils to be that, all the way through item number 9. So that's going to include public hearings, new business, anything that has to do with our acceptance of our consent agenda, or the council's consent agenda, and any regular business that city council committees choose to take up in that section of business. The last part of our business is really informational. That's where there is public comment on items not scheduled on the agenda, and then mayor comments and city council comments. To be clear, public comment is taken throughout the agenda on scheduled agenda items. So I will be calling for public hearing as those items come up, but I will be asking for public comment on the specific agenda item until we get to a point where there is public comment taken on items not on the agenda. And again, that's number 10 on our agenda. So I just wanted to be clear about the flow of how our meetings are scheduled and how they go. With that, I wanted to mention that we have quite a robust public hearing schedule this evening. That said, because we are in the middle of our budget process for the city of Missoula, most public hearings this evening are related to our budget process. So for budget FY25, we have several motions that are on the floor. We are in the open public hearing process. And so this evening, what we'll do is hear any new items that may have come forward from the kickoff of the public hearing last Monday. And then we will hear public comment on all of those motions at once. So while the list is long, we do consolidate it into one public hearing opportunity this evening for public comment. In addition to that, we do have a public hearing on an ordinance amending Missoula Municipal Code, amending certain code to criminal misdemeanor and civil infractions. So we'll hear that public hearing. And then in addition, we do have the Aspire phased subdivision annexation and rezoning. There is a public hearing. This is the final public hearing for this agenda item. However, I understand that we have a city council member that wants to send this back to the committee. So for the process tonight, we will hear the recommended motion. We will have the public hearing this evening. So folks that are here for that agenda item will have the opportunity to speak on that this evening. And then my understanding is that agenda item will go back to committee, but I just wanted to make sure folks understood that that was the process. Then when it comes back for a final vote to city council, then there'll be another opportunity. Every step of the way, there'll be opportunity for public comment on this agenda item, but there is a public hearing on this item tonight. It's scheduled and we'll make sure that happens. And then lastly, I just wanted to take an opportunity to speak to something that several of you may be here to speak on public comment on items not on the agenda. And that relates to several comments that I know several of us have received, both as city council members as well as the mayor's office, and then several of our departments. And this has to do with the implementation of an ordinance that was passed in June that went into effect at the end of July. In fact, it went into effect July 25th. And many of you Missoulians remember what also happened early morning of the 24th into the 25th, which was a significant storm here in Missoula that we all responded to, and responded to well. So I want to thank Missoulians for the outstanding effort that you all paid attention to your neighbors, because we all came through that quite well, and we're still working on it as far as our city parks and rec pretty extensively. In public works. But what I wanted to speak to was the implementation of the ordinance that was passed that allows for there to be camping on and safe sheltering on public right of way and in parks. And what I want to talk to is what this is and what this isn't. So the city council has been considering updating its camping ordinance for more than a year. That is because we do have people that are crisis camping and not able to access shelter that are sleeping outdoors. And at the time, the city has been operating under a Ninth Circuit decision framework that made it challenging, amongst others, made it challenging to with the limited resources we have, to manage how people can stay outside safely and make sure that public health and safety is maintained for the whole city. There was an extensive process the City Council undertook this spring as an urban camping working group with the eventuality of updating its set of policies and then consideration for budget. And there are two things that came out of that: a revised ordinance and a resolution. The resolution basically gave a policy directive and then created some buffer zones where folks are not able to camp. And then the ordinance is really a lot of the specifics, and that's where all of the detail is and found on our city website. When you go onto the city website and look for seeking shelter, you'll find a copy of the ordinance there, as well as other places. It does a couple of things. What it does is it does legally allow those that are houseless or folks living unsheltered to be able to sleep outdoors legally in Missoula. And that is because we do recognize that folks have often a challenge when they are houseless being able to access shelter, or whether we have enough shelter. And so there's two things that we've been able to roll out immediately for the implementation of this ordinance. One is we have deployed the mandate in the ordinance, which is to allow for safe sheltering in public parks, almost all public parks, but not all, other city-owned lands, and our right-of-ways. Folks can stay on city land from 8 p.m. until 8 a.m. The idea behind this is that we recognize the fact that people need somewhere to be able to stay safely, and that we are also managing the challenge of when there are growing encampments. And we understand the impact to some of our neighborhoods and some challenges associated with that. And so this is really trying to strike a balance between trying to make sure that we find safe places for people to be, and also recognizing that not having fully staffed and resourced places that would be, let's say, an authorized campsite, or places, a larger place for people to be, is something we don't have the resources yet to set up. So we do have the ordinance also put forward a set of recommendations for additional bathrooms, additional trash collection, and other hygiene type of solutions for folks that are staying outside, so we can address some of the public concerns, and also some of the concerns for people that are sleeping outside. They need access to a bathroom. Your basics are humanitarian approach here. And so the immediate rollout of the ordinance was to set up more bathrooms, more hygiene stations, identifying through a city parks map, basically the rules of the ordinance and what to do, what don't do, and then identifying parks that are eligible for sheltering. The Parks Department has gone through a very thoughtful process in identifying what parks we can put some of these additional hygiene stations in. And those were the ones that were really identified on the map that's located on our city website. We rolled that out on the evening of July 24th, which is when we got hit by the storm. And so we realized that there's some additional work to do to continue public information for folks. I want to just detail for you some of the thought process the Parks Department went through when they considered what parks would be identified for safe sheltering from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. We know that we want to be able to have our vendors that deliver porta potties and service porta potties be able to access those parks along right-of-ways. We need to identify parks that generally don't have a large landscaping or conservation demand, and conservation lands are off limits according to the ordinance anyway. We are wanting to make sure that these parks that are identified are reasonably located on the bus line, on trails, and other type of service amenities folks living unsheltered will need access to. The ordinance does more or less allow for safe sheltering in almost all parks. That said, we are not standing up resources and additional hygiene stations in all parks because it doesn't really make sense to do that. We don't have enough resource to do that, and we are going to be evaluating as time goes forward where are people sheltering, and how we're going to be making tweaks all along the way. This is an iterative process. The ordinance, the city council assured a regular check-in on an annual basis, with the first check-in in January of 2025. So that is 4 or 5 months away from now. We'll be going through a review process to see what works and what does not with this ordinance. The other aspect to this, and much of what I'm talking about right now, are folks that are what we would consider crisis camping or sleeping outside and unsheltered. We have a number of people in our community. This includes families, people that work, and others that still are not able to access shelter, that are sleeping in vehicles and are sleeping in RVs. The ordinance does direct the mayor to set up a program to create a vehicle permit program. And in my FY25 mayor's budget, I have requested some resources to do that safely and effectively for our community. People are sleeping in vehicles and cars already. I get phone calls quite a bit from folks that get rousted from parking lots and a number of other things, and they're trying to get a good night's sleep before they go to work the next day. I have a number of folks that own businesses and residences that are challenged by this circumstance. And so we took all of these considerations along as part of that urban camping working group and the recommendations that came from that, and are doing our best to put a thoughtful program together. It is not going to be perfect. We are going to need feedback, and we're going to need to make tweaks along the way. And I want to assure you that as the administration, as folks that are implementing this ordinance, that we are going to be doing that. There are 2 ways right now I want to make sure I direct people to information. And again, this is before we get started with our agenda. And I know this was not on the agenda, but as your presiding officer, I'm taking the prerogative to talk about this evening. And so I want to make sure folks know where to get information. On the city website, there's, you can look up City of Missoula seeking shelter, and there is a lot of information on there about what I just discussed. Engage Missoula is another information platform that you can seek information and provide comments. If you wish to report a concern, ask a question, and report a problem associated with folks that are seeking shelter and sleeping outside, please consider calling our message line, which is 406-552-6006. That phone number is also on that website. And we will make sure that we follow up with information for you. We also have had and continue to have a form online in which people can make a report and share concerns they have. And that form is found on our Seeking Shelter website. That allows us to be able to track and follow up on some of these concerns. So I would ask you to take a look at that as well. And lastly, I'll say if you see illegal or unsafe behavior, or if you yourself feel unsafe and in a way that truly is criminal behavior or an emergency, please call 911. But please don't call 911 if you're annoyed that somebody is in your park. I get that. I understand the concern people have. 911 is a joint city-county response system, and we do ask to contact us other ways if you wish to file a complaint or ask a question. But do call 911 if it is an emergency, always. And so we are going to continue to take public feedback. We will continue to have conversations at the administration level and here at City Council to make sure that we are trying to strike a balance as we move forward with one of the most challenging issues that we manage as a municipality. We live in a state that we don't have a heck of a lot of resources for this, both at the state level and at the city level, and we are doing the best we can with the resources we have by trying to make sure that we create a safe environment for everyone. And I know that there is it's going to be a work in progress, but you have my assurance that that we'll continue to work hard to do that. So with that, I want to go ahead and move on to our scheduled agenda item. Thank you very much for letting me speak to that. I appreciate that. And so we're going to move now to our first public hearing. Our first public hearing is the continuance of the series of recommended motions as part of our budgeting process. This is not atypical. Any budget process has several motions. These are all on the floor. And so what we're going to do tonight is just review briefly some minor updates, council members, on some changes from the mayor's budget presentation from Monday the 7th. So Lee Griffin, our finance director, is here in the driver's seat over there and is going to put up a slide just so we can follow along on some of the updates that we have here. Excellent. All right. Thank you very much. Everybody can see that? Great. All right, so I just wanted to go through, council members, a few of the changes that you may see in some of the budget documents for your consideration. Our departments continue to look for savings and reduction of expenses, so I very much appreciate our departments doing that. And between our city attorney's office and community planning, development, and innovation, our staff found another $45,000 in savings, so that is a reduction to the mayor's budget. In addition, we are using one-time funds from the All Hazard Fund. The All Hazards Fund is within the fire department. Those are resources that when our fire department and our firefighters go out and work on wildland firefighting and a number of things, we generate some additional revenue that is put into the All Hazards Fund. It enables us to do things like purchase some fire apparatus. What I mean by fire apparatus is a new fire truck. So that money is going towards fire apparatus. So again, that's one-time funding from the fund, and it is not a tax increase. We do have an addition to the budget. It's relatively small, but I really want to be transparent with folks, and this was a clerical error on our part. The Spark Arts is an organization that has been under the umbrella of Arts Missoula now for a couple of years, or several years. Year before last, they actually became their own 501c3 nonprofit. Spark Arts is an arts integration nonprofit that works with Missoula County Public Schools, and it utilizes arts in different format to help kids learn in different ways. So it really does help augment childhood education all the way up to 8th grade in ways that has been really helpful. We understand from teachers that often don't have arts training, and this might include everything from visual arts to art and dancing and singing and whatever helps kids learn differently. We're seeing a lot of benefit in the school system. For a relatively small contribution by the city, we leverage an extraordinary amount of private resources. The initiative that they work under does require some commitment from the city of Missoula. Because I thought that this was handled in a contract last year in our base budget, I didn't specifically call it out in the mayor's budget, and then it came to my attention that it was not in there. So I am requesting that that be back in the mayor's budget. Some other things I wanted to mention is that, as I mentioned, in FY24, Mayor Hess declared an emergency housing levy, and I am proposing that we move forward with that, and that emergency levy will need to be voted on separately by council. So City Attorney Sudbury will be going through that detail on Wednesday when we have our budget presentation. The intention for that is it will free up additional ARPA dollars that we will spend on other initiatives that are in the mayor's budget, specifically the Johnson Street shelter. And then we also are moving some of the ARPA funds to our community planning, development, and innovation requests. And specifically, those are 2 positions that are funded one time only. as they have been to date. We have a few minor accounting corrections and inclusion of previously approved funded new requests that were not captured in software, and Lee can go through that, but it's relatively minor when it comes to a dollar amount. So you can see that the total impact here, we have a fund balance that will be $107,895 lower than the previous that I presented on the 7th of August. So that puts us a little north of $2 million as a fund balance. I am continuously trying to work on getting that fund balance higher than that, because I do believe that that is a fiscally prudent way to manage our budget. And in order to meet all of the demands that we have this year, that is where I'm proposing we land. The good news is, though, we have a tax decrease from what I presented on Monday night. So Monday night, the 7th, we estimated that our tax increase would be 5.97%, and we are now calculating that that will be 5.84%. So are there any questions from council before I move to public comment? Councillor Jones.
Just a housekeeping thing. I believe that the amendments are due by noon tomorrow, not later. I feel like maybe Clara could address that. I just want to be clear so everyone knows when they have to have their amendments in by, because I think we had a different message a little bit earlier in the meeting. Claire?
Yes, the email that was sent by the council president did specify noon on Tuesday, which is tomorrow. I had said end of day, it's actually noon. So council members, get us your amendments and we will get them into the documents for the public to be able to see.
Thank you for that clarification. Any other questions before I move to public comment on the budget? Not seeing any in the room or online. Okay, this is a public hearing, and we will go ahead and open up this agenda item for public comment. Public comments on the FY25 budget. All public comments, we ask you to keep it to 3 minutes. We have this handy dandy timer up here that's got a little light system that'll help you manage your time. And I'll go ahead and start that when folks come up. Anybody's welcome to come up and give public comment on our budget. And please say your name and spell your last name, please. Not seeing any public comment for the budget this evening. All right, how about online? I'm not seeing any online either. Okay, then I'll go ahead and close the public hearing for the FY25 budget, public comment for the evening, excuse me. It's not closing the public hearing because this will move forward. Council will hear budget amendments from council members on Wednesday, the 14th. Those amendments will be considered, and then the final budget will be brought forward on Monday, the 19th, for a vote. Okay, great. Thank you, everybody. All right, so moving on then to the next matter of public hearing, and that is item 5.8, which is an ordinance amending Title I, Missoula Municipal Code, Section 1.20.010 and 1.20.020, amending criminal misdemeanor to civil infraction. So, Councillor Carlino, would you like to speak to this agenda item? And we also have Civil Attorney Ryan Sudbury here as well to give any kind of staff report.
Yeah, I'll just give a short presentation about this. I'll just pull up the ordinance change on my computer here.
Thank you.
Here we go. So the general penalty for the city is the penalty used when we have no other specific penalty for a violation of a city code. So this would be things that aren't covered by federal or state law, and then things that are in our municipal code that don't have a specific punishment along with the violation. So right now the general penalty for the city of Missoula is a misdemeanor charge. And this ordinance change proposal is to change it from a misdemeanor to a civic infraction instead, which would be a fine. And then along with that, it also is just giving people more time to pay their fine over periods of payment, and then also giving the opportunity to the city attorney's office to to try and, find other ways to remediate the issue rather than a fine. So the change is mostly just going to change from a misdemeanor to a fine. And this is for things that we as a city council have said that we don't have a specific penalty for this code violation. So some examples that were brought up were people building a fence too high or things like that. These aren't for things that you might think of as a crime, such as like federal, state law, things that are covered by federal, state law. So basically the thinking behind this is that the default shouldn't be a criminal charge, a misdemeanor charge. We should have a reason to give people a misdemeanor charge, and we should specifically, tie a code violation to that misdemeanor charge, not just say that if we didn't specify what the punishment would be, then it's going to be a misdemeanor. And criminal charges, can make it harder for people to find jobs or housing, and can really strain people's lives. So really, we should look at alternatives to the criminal justice system. And even a fine is a step in the right direction, but also comes with its issues as well. But I see misdemeanor and criminal charges. We should be careful with giving those out to Missoulians. It should only be if we have a good reason behind it. And then maybe if I could just cue the city attorney's office to maybe just share a couple things that might be covered under the general penalty, and any comments that you all have, if that's okay.
Mr. Sudbury, you bet.
Yep, Ryan Sudbury, Sudbury. I realize I never spell my name when I come, so I'll do it this time. So the vast majority of the crimes that are charged in municipal court are misdemeanor crimes. They're actually state law crimes. The overwhelming majority of things that are cited in municipal court are state law crimes. There's a couple of regular city ordinance violations that are cited, but those have a specific misdemeanor penalty attached to them. So this ordinance change would not affect those. And so I actually struggled to find examples in the city code that don't have a penalty. So how this works is most of the provisions in city code have either a specific penalty that says this, violation of this chapter or this provision is a misdemeanor, or it says a violation of this chapter or section is punishable by a fine up to $500, which is the misdemeanor threshold. So the overwhelming majority of the provisions in city code have specific penalties that are misdemeanor related. There are some, the serving of raw milk, posting of bills on telephone poles is one of the things that doesn't have a specific penalty. Some building codes, some portions of the manufactured housing and mobile home park code, and some portions of the public services, things related to some elements of municipal utilities don't have a specific penalty. Some do. Some have either a federal law penalty for violation of the Clean Water Act, or tampering, sort of intentional tampering with municipal infrastructure, which is kind of a fairly significant crime. But most of the things where the changing of the general penalty will affect are relatively low-level penalties. Things like, as Mr. Carlino said, building a fence without a permit or building it too high. That's actually in Title 12, which we, a couple of years ago, changed almost all the violations of Title 12 to municipal infractions, so that was actually already covered. So this doesn't have a sweeping change, and as I said in the committee meeting when we discussed this, I would think that the vast majority of the violations that we're going to see converted to municipal infractions by changing the general penalty are things that I think most people would be surprised were criminal penalties to begin with.
Okay, great. Thank you both for the presentation. And so we will shift to any council comments questions from council, on this agenda item. Any questions from council for either Councilor Carlino or Mr. Sudbury? Yeah, Councilor Melson, please.
Question for Ryan Sudbury. What is the frequency of a general penalty we see a dozen of these a year, 5 of these a year, 50 of these a year. How often does this come up?
So I've worked for the city for 8.5 years. I think we've had 3 or 4 that have been cited, and of those, I think we've only had 1 come to fruition. Most of the time we try and seek voluntary compliance. It's really, we're not looking to find people, we just need people to come into compliance with our rules. So the vast majority of things that come to our office that are not strictly criminal related, but that are, zoning or building or things like that, we tend to just try and get people to come into compliance. They put up a shed, they didn't get a permit, or it's too close to the setback, just move it. And then even from the ones that we do cite, because people are either not paying attention or not taking us seriously, most people, once they get a citation, come to our office and say, what do you need me to do to come into compliance? Or they get an attorney, and the attorney tells them, it's pretty black and white, just come into compliance. So it's not even a dozen a year, it's maybe a dozen a decade.
Absolutely, you bet. Councillor Jones.
A couple of different questions. First of all, I think you covered this, but I just want to make sure the city attorney handles both civil and criminal in cases. And with our criminal cases, I think most of those are state, but does this impact anything that City Attorney Keithy Worthington uses to prosecute?
No, and when Mr. Carlino first forwarded this proposal to our office, I checked with Ms. Worthington, the city attorney for prosecution services, and she said no. The things that they cite are either state law violations, that we don't have the ability to change the state law penalty, or are municipal code violations that have a specific misdemeanor penalty associated with them. So, it would be mostly things that are sort of civil in nature, things that our side of the office would handle.
Okay, thanks. And follow up.
Yeah, please.
And then just a separate question. Say you have someone who builds a 10-foot high fence. It's way too high. It's clearly a problem. We go through the process of giving them a notice somehow, and they have a fine attached to it, and they don't cooperate. They don't do what they're supposed to do. What is the process then, and does changing this impact that process for us ultimately to have bigger tools to get the solution?
Yeah, well, just to be clear, that situation is already covered by the municipal infraction process, but it doesn't change that much of the outcome. We'd still, if we couldn't get a voluntary compliance from that individual, we would, write them a final warning letter, issue them a citation, take them to municipal court. If we proved our case, a fence that's way too high is pretty black and white because the ordinance only allows certain heights either in the front or on the side. Then we would receive, or the person would be issued a civil penalty up to $300. It's up to $500 for subsequent penalty. From there, if the person fails we could also get an injunction from the municipal court saying you need to come into compliance, you need to, abate this violation. At that point, if the person didn't comply, we could theoretically obtain a contempt of court, or take them, to district court or something like that for an injunction, and then criminal penalties can ensue from a contempt of district court order. So if we really had somebody who was very obstinate, there are other mechanisms to handle that.
Okay, thank you.
All right, you bet. Councillor Campbell?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. My question is related to proposed section 120.030, alternative to fines. So those options that are listed there for persons experiencing poverty, substance abuse, or mental health, those would apply for anything switched over to civil penalty, as well as any misdemeanor fines that would remain. Am I reading that right?
So I just want to make sure I've seen the ordinance here. It's not loading for me. My recollection is that it only applies where we're citing general penalty provisions, but I'm getting a 404 error at the moment. But I think if it has a municipal, if the municipal code section says a violation of this is a misdemeanor, we don't refer to the general penalty provisions.
Okay, follow if I may.
Please.
Still on that subsection, sorry, but as far as how we go about or how court determines someone has an issue, with a civil infraction, they have issues related to poverty, substance abuse, or mental health. How's the prosecutor's office and/or municipal court making that determination now?
So the way I would read that would be somebody would have to make that as an affirmative defense. So we would cite a municipal infraction into court. Somebody would have to say that they were in violation of one of these provisions. Let's say a building code violation that would be a municipal infraction, and they said that they didn't have enough money to pay a building permit fee or something like that. I think I'd probably work with Ms. Pan's office to try and figure out a way to make it work, right? Could we get on a payment schedule, something like that? If it's substance abuse, some connection between substance abuse and something like a building permit or posting bills, signs on telephone poles is maybe tenuous, but if the person pled it, we would try and work with them to see if there's resources that they could, if they access the resources, maybe we would enter into a deferred enforcement agreement and say, if you access substance abuse treatment and you bring us proof, we'll dismiss this charge, or if you come into compliance or something like that. So it wouldn't be something that we would verify prior to issuing the ordinance or a violation, but if they pled it in court, if they made it a defense, we would try and work with them and see if there's some solution that would sort of meet their needs and still gain compliance. Again, our primary purpose with most of these types of violations are not to obtain a sanction. It's really just to get compliance. So we'd still mostly just be seeking compliance. If there was something where the damage was done and there's no way to get compliance and they pled one of these things, then we'd probably, like I said, enter into some sort of deferred enforcement agreement and see if they could connect them to resources that would help them out with whatever problem that they're having. And then assuming that they are able to do that or follow through with that, then we just dismiss the charge.
One more for me.
You bet.
But that deferred compliance agreement would have to be done through municipal court, agreed to by a judge, and then they would have the responsibility of ensuring compliance.
Not necessarily. I mean, deferred prosecution agreement would be the analogous situation, and that's where somebody's cited with a criminal penalty, and they come to the city attorney's office in prosecution and say, could I get a deferred prosecution agreement if I get some sort of substance abuse help, or I don't have any prior criminal sanctions on my history. If I don't have any more violations in the next 6 months, will you agree to dismiss this? And that's a pretty regular practice with the prosecution services, especially for people with no criminal history or very little criminal history. So I think it would be very similar to that. A court similarly could find that the person was in violation and enter into, as part of sentencing or whatever the municipal infraction version of that judgment, enter into sort of a deferred judgment agreement, say, I found that you did violate this section of code. You pled this affirmative defense of having substance abuse, mental health issues, or poverty. If you follow through with X, Y, or Z conditions, the court itself will dismiss the case and release jurisdiction that way. So I think it could be either way.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, you bet. Any other council questions?
Sorry about that.
Okay, not seeing any online. All right. That wraps up our questions from council, and so I do believe we need a motion to be made. And Councilor Carlino, I don't even know what committee this is under. This is under public safety? It's under committee of the whole. Okay, so I think we'll go ahead and refer the motion to, excuse me, I'm echoing a little bit, the chair, which will be Vice President Mirtha Becerra.
If I can read it. I move that we that we approve an ordinance amending Title I of the Missoula Municipal Code, amending sections 1.20.010 and 1.20.010 1.020 to change the general penalty for a violation of municipal code from a criminal misdemeanor to a civil municipal infraction, and removing the possibility of jail time as a penalty for city code violations.
Okay, thank you. Motion is on the floor, then that opens up our public hearing for public comment. Are there any members of the public in the room tonight that wish to comment on this agenda item? Okay, not seeing any in the room. All right, how about online? Anybody online wish to make public comment this evening on this agenda item? All right, not seeing any online either. Look around the room one more time. Okay. So that wraps up then the public comment portion of this public hearing, and we will move on to council questions or comment. Are there any questions or comments from council members? Okay, not seeing any here. Councilor Campbell.
Sorry, thank you. I was trying to raise my hand.
Sure.
I guess this would be for the sponsor. As written, I'm uncomfortable with the provision of 120.030 alternatives to fines, just because I know we currently have a condition in municipal court where they put someone on a deferred sentence, held on certain conditions, and quite frankly, sometimes municipal court doesn't even follow through on their own conditions and will dismiss cases of people on deferred sentences. So for that reason, I'm not comfortable with that particular section of this proposed ordinance. So I guess I'm just wondering if you'd be open to an amendment to strike that particular section.
Please, Councilor Carlino.
If the majority of council would only pass this ordinance change, if we strike that section, I would be open to it. But I would rather not take it as a friendly amendment, and I'd rather leave it in there. And I guess the main reason being is that, we want people to come into compliance, and sometimes it takes connecting them to resources to come into compliance. Giving somebody a misdemeanor charge or a fine doesn't always, help them come into compliance. So that's my reasoning about keeping it in there, but I understand that it can be more of a gray area having words like that in there. But if the majority of council would like to take it out and then pass the ordinance change, I'm okay with that, but I would prefer to just keep it in there for now.
All right, so then shall we do a straw vote to see if the majority of council members, or Councilor Carlino, should we just go ahead and have the motion be on the floor for the amendment? We could vote on that amendment and then move forward with the original motion as amended or not. Does that sound okay? Since you'd rather leave it in there if you didn't want to take it as a friendly amendment?
I guess that would be a question for Councilman Campbell.
Yeah, if he doesn't want to take it as a friendly, then I would offer that as a motion to amend.
Okay.
Striking that clause.
Okay, sounds good. So a motion to amend is on the floor. And so Councilor Campbell, could you do me a favor? Would you go ahead and restate what the amendment is, please? And we certainly could call this up on the screen. And if that's something that you can do, Councilor Carlino, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
So I'd motion to amend the initial provision of the ordinance to strike 1.20.030 alternatives to fines. And I'll just read it. In situations where the violation appears to stem from problems related to poverty, substance abuse, or mental health, it is the policy of the city to attempt to connect individuals to resources to help in lieu of a monetary penalty.
And your amendment is to strike that?
Correct.
Okay, great. All right, the amendment is on the floor. And so any questions from council members? I do see that Councilor Vasecka, you have your hand raised. Do you have a question for Councilor Campbell?
I don't have a question, but I have a comment on the amendment.
Okay.
I was uncomfortable with that part of the amendment as well, of the ordinance as well. So Councilor Campbell did put it into better words than I could. So I'm just going to quickly say that I am in support of the amendment of striking that part of it. I'm in support of the rest of it, though.
Okay, I do see Councilor Jordan's hand raised online.
Thank you. I just wanted to clarify, is this a comment time or a question time?
You can go ahead and do either one, I think, at this point. Thank you for clarifying and asking the question.
Yeah, thank you. I think that I will be voting to keep this this clause in. Best practices in criminal justice reform show that fines and fees do not alter behavior because addiction as an underlying issue or poverty as an underlying issue are not rectified with fines and fees, but supportive services are. And so my fear is that we will start plugging up our municipal court system and possibly our justice of the peace and even our district courts with cases where folks are not in compliance of paying their fines and fees because really the root cause is addiction or poverty. And so in line with best practices, I will definitely be voting to keep this line in the ordinance as written. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for your comments, Councillor Jordan. And Councillor Jones.
Thanks. I appreciate the discussion and I appreciate the amendment. I wanted to comment that I think this is actually a very separate policy issue than the first section. The first section, which is eliminating the word misdemeanor and basically addressing those few sections where we don't have a penalty specified. To me, that it's kind of a housekeeping item, and I'm fine with that. I think the second, the alternatives to fines section is actually a much bigger policy discussion. And I think our municipal court has already made it very clear that they already implement this. They are a slate that was elected based on their philosophies, and they're already implementing this. And I think if we are going to codify it, I think that's a much bigger discussion. So I'm in support of the amendment. I think it is constructive.
All right. Are there other council questions or comments regarding the amendment? Okay, and I think this is substantive enough that we would ask for public comment on the amendment. Is there any public comment on this amendment? Oh, sorry, Councillor Carlino. Sorry about that. I didn't see your hand raised. Sorry about that.
After the last comments, I was just wondering if we could just get clarification. But this section only applies to general penalty. I'm not proposing that we make this a policy for all city violations. This is under the section for the general penalty. Could I just get a confirmation about that? Yeah. So the alternative to fine section, this is still only under the general penalties. So again, this is for things that we don't have a specific punishment for. If we think that there's a different way to address the issue, then we should write specifically that there should be a misdemeanor or this sort of charge. But the general penalties for things that we as a city council and body and local government have decided that we don't even have a specific penalty for. So I think in those situations, it's completely appropriate to try and connect people to resources. But just to clarify, this isn't a whole city policy change. This is just under the general penalty section.
Thank you for that clarification. Are there other council comments? All right. How about any public comment on this specific amendment? Not seeing any in the room. Any public comment on this amendment? Online. And not seeing any online, then we will go ahead. Ms. Trimble, we will do a roll call vote for this amendment, please.
All right, beginning the Campbell amendment vote to strike section 1.20.030 from the proposed ordinance change, beginning with Anderson.
Yes.
Becerra.
No.
Campbell.
Yes.
Carlino.
No.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
No.
Melson.
No.
Savage.
No.
And Vasecka.
Yes.
Okay, that is 4 in favor and 5 opposed, so the amendment fails.
Okay, thank you for the discussion, and we will then continue forward with the original motion as it stands on the agenda and unamended. And so, remind me, did we just do did we do public comment on this? We did, yeah? And we did council parliamentary debate, yeah? Okay. It's been a long Monday already. Thank you for that, appreciate that. Okay, then we will move forward with roll call vote.
Right. A vote on an ordinance amending Title I of the Missoula Municipal Code, Section 1.20.010 and 1.20020, amending the criminal misdemeanor to civil infraction. Beginning with Becerra.
Yes.
Campbell.
No.
Carlino.
Yes.
Jones.
Yes.
Jordan.
Yes.
Melson.
Yes.
Savage.
Yes.
Sika.
Yes.
And Anderson.
Yes.
That's 8 in favor and 1 opposed, so that passes.
Okay, thank you very much. Thanks, folks. That wraps up that agenda item. And Councillor Jones, just want to mention that your hand is raised. I don't think that's for any particular reason. Just wanted to double check. Thank you. I appreciate that. No problem. All right, we now move on to item 5.9. 5.9 is the Aspire Phase Subdivision Annexation and Rezoning. This is the final public hearing of this agenda item, but as I mentioned, we will go through with the public hearing this evening. I have word that we have at least one council member that wishes to send this back to council in order to allow more conversation, and it's substantive, so I think that there's a lot of information to wade through here. And that means that it will come back. There'll be public comment all along the way, but we certainly will take public comment this evening. Before we do that, however, we will look to our staff, Dave DeGrandpre, to see if there is additional information or new information that you wish to provide as part of the public hearing this evening.
Good evening, Mayor Davis and Council. I'm Dave DeGrandpre with CPDI. There is no new information to present, but tonight being the public hearing, I was thinking that I would run through the presentation for the benefit of council and members of the public. Is that appropriate?
It sure is.
Sorry, run through the presentation. Exactly.
Please do. Please do. Thank you.
Right, great. I'll share my screen. Okay, can you see that all right?
Yes, we can.
Fabulous. Okay, so again, my name is Dave DeGrandpre. I'm a planning supervisor with the city of Missoula, and tonight is the public hearing for the Aspire Annexation, Phase Subdivision, and Rezoning Project. The council will consider 11 motions in total. I understand that the motions will not be made tonight, but on the table for consideration is a resolution to annex and apply an initial zoning of RT 5.4 residential, a rezoning ordinance from RT 5.4 to RT 5.4/NCA, which is a neighborhood character overlay, so a special zoning district that would overlay on top of the 5.4 district. And then also several variance requests, and then ultimately the Aspire Phase Subdivision preliminary plat application. Property itself is located in East Missoula. It's 35 acres. Abutting the property to the east is the Clark Fork River. To the south is Interstate 90. Existing single and 2 dwelling residential development exists all along the property boundary to the north and west. There are 2 main access points to the property: Waterside Drive to the north and Summer Street to the west or the southwest. And these are both currently public streets maintained by Missoula County. I went the wrong way, excuse me. There we go. The property is currently not located within the city limits, which is why annexation is a part of this. East Missoula is served by city water and sewer, but has a delayed annexation agreement that is postponing annexation until at least 2034. However, in this case, the landowners have petitioned the city to annex into the city limits. The city has adopted an annexation policy which guides development for annexation of properties. And this property, you can see it has a star on it. It's located in Annexation Area A. And Annexation Area A, under the city's annexation policy, is an area that largely meets the guidelines for annexation. development. And across the river, actually, to the east in yellow. Yellow on this map is city limits. So across the river to the east, Canyon View Golf Course, that's within the city limits. But again, most of East Missoula is not. So development can be brought up to city standards, meaning fire, streets, parks, water and sewer, et cetera, through conditions of annexation and subdivision approval. And a question has come up, and I think Chairman of the Land Use and Planning Committee meeting the other day, Chairman Nugent, requested why annexation and what led to this, because again, most of East Missoula is not annexed. And so it started a few years ago when the developer and the developer's representatives came to the city's design review team or development review team and started talking about whether annexation would be required in exchange for services like sewer and water. And so really it was staff that consists of, I guess, managers and supervisors from different departments, including CPDI, and the fire department and city attorney's office, public works and mobility, decided that annexation would be in the best interest of the city for a number of reasons. One of which is, in the past, when properties have been developed in the county and then ultimately annexed into the city, there have been substandard infrastructure, streets, sidewalks, roads, things like that. And so it's very expensive to retrofit development once it's already in place. And so our logic in recommending annexation to the developer is that we can try to make sure that the infrastructure is built according to city standards at the outset, so those problems don't emerge in the future. And so in this case, the developer is really following the guidance of city staff. So onto the property itself, the map on the left shows the topography of the property. Green is a very gentle slope. It's areas between 0 and 10% slope. So the vast majority of the property, the 35 acres, is relatively flat. There are a couple of steep areas along the west side and the east side. The east side is, of course, along the Clark Fork River. It drops off a bit, probably 20 feet or so down to the river. And you can see on the photo to the bottom right, there's riparian vegetation along that as well. The property itself is really, it's a farm field. It was used for agricultural production in the past, irrigated hay ground, I believe. And so it's largely flat. The photo on the top looks to the west toward Mount Jumbo. So really the meat of the project here is shown on the screen. This is an overview of the proposal. So of course there's annexation into city limits, initial zoning of RT 5.4, and then rezoning that includes a neighborhood character overlay. In addition to that, 182 lots are proposed. 172 of those would be for single dwellings and 10 would be for multi-dwellings. The multi-dwellings are the larger ones along the southern boundary. There would be new internal subdivision roads and alleys built by the developer in phases and dedicated to the city. And there would be 2 new parks, one along the Clark Fork River, shown in green or outlined in green, and one along the west property boundary, which adjoins the Canyon View Park, which is a county park. So the total new parks total 4.13 acres, and where 2.25 acres of parkland is required under our subdivision rules. The subdivision would be served by city water and sewer. Stormwater would be contained on site, and there would be some off-site improvements, namely an improvement to Summer Street, which is anticipated to be the main access to the subdivision. That would be rebuilt from the property a little over 2,000 feet out to Highway 200. And I'll talk a little more specifically about that here in a few minutes. 6 phases are proposed. The property is proposed to be final platted between December 31st of 2025 and December 31st of 2035. City growth policy future land use map designates this property as residential medium density. So it's proposed to be developed in accordance with the growth policy designation, residential medium density, between 3 and 11 dwelling units per acre is the growth policy designation. And the proposal here is to develop the property at 7.1 dwelling units per acre, so squarely in the middle of what the growth policy recommends. Along with this future land use map designation, there are 4 relatable zoning districts that you can see on the screen. And the one that's proposed by the developer initially upon annexation is RT 5.4. RT 5.4 is intended to fit with many already established residential neighborhoods and acknowledge the single dwelling residential building type as the primary use with the potential for accessory dwelling units as well. And incidentally, the county growth policy or land use element for this area also provides a residential land use designation. The current zoning within the county is residential, so it's R residential is the official name of it. And it also provides for a range of small-scale housing options that reflect the traditional neighborhood character of existing neighborhoods with the intent of promoting compatible infill development and housing diversity. Land uses allowed in this county residential district are agriculture, community residential facilities, daycares, a few commercial land uses, 1 and 2 unit homes, et cetera. And the maximum density of homes under the existing zoning is 6 dwelling units per acre. The RT 5.4 with the neighborhood character overlay would allow very similar land uses. Really, the RT 5.4 city district is very similar to the R county residential zoning district. It's really the same land uses and is set up for the same types of environments. The main difference between the RT 5.4 and the city and the county is the city has a slightly higher density. So again, in the county, maximum density would be 6 dwelling units per acre or homes per acre. In the county, in the city, it would be 8. So the county would be 6, city 8. The overlay that's proposed would essentially, like it sounds, would lay right on top of the RT 5.4 district, but provide some additional rules and some additional flexibility. So an overlay district applies in combination with the underlying base zones. It's a geographically defined area that provides continuity united by physical development or architecture and has an identifiable setting, character, and association. And then finally, it has to be at least 5 acres in size. But the important thing to know about overlays is they're a tool to provide flexibility. You know, we often hear about zoning being overly rigid and not being flexible enough. Well, an NC overlay is intended to do just that, provide a degree of flexibility, and then where standards conflict with the base zoning, the overlay then governs. Here's a comparison between the base RT 5.4 zoning and what it would look like with the application of the neighborhood character overlay. Not too many differences, frankly. So in terms of permitted residential building types, all of the detached house, lot line house, duplex 2-unit townhouse, they would still be allowed. But really the flexibility the developer is seeking in this case is also to allow multi-dwelling buildings on a portion of the property near the south boundary. Additionally, a couple of other areas of flexibility would be slightly reduced setbacks. So the front and the rear setbacks, instead of 20 feet under the RT 5.4 would be 10 feet. And then the side setback would be 5 feet instead of the existing 7.5. And then finally, there's more flexibility in terms of lot coverage. So think of driveways here. Right now, no more than 40% of the front yard area can be used for parking and vehicles. That would be waived under the NC overlay, but there would be some limitations. So curb cuts, meaning your driveway access where it crosses the curb, would be limited to 12 feet in width. And the reason for that, here's an illustration that shows what it might look like. So along the bottom is an example of Summer Street, and these are 4 lots that are shown with 2-car garages. So you've got an area, kind of a parking pad out front across the curb, but then it narrows down or bottlenecks down. And the reason, as it crosses the curb, and the reason for that is to make sure that we can get at least 1 street tree per lot. So you'd have the street itself, then a tree boulevard, sidewalk, and then the lots. I mentioned earlier the criteria for neighborhood character overlays, and they are shown here under numbers 1 and 2. So it has to possess urban design, architectural, or other clinical, physical development characteristics that create an identifiable setting, character, and association. In this case, staff is proposing in our report that this neighborhood would meet that. It would be a new, cohesive, geographically distinct 35-acre neighborhood. It would have curb and gutter, tree boulevards and sidewalks, which is really different from most of East Missoula. There'd be 2 new public parks, one anchoring the east side and one on the west side, and sidewalks throughout. It would have an urban residential density, a little denser than the East Missoula area, and also a mix of housing types, 1 and 2 unit homes, as well as multi-dwelling. So it would be a little more urban than we find in East Missoula right now. And of course, the second criterion is size. The overlay district is planned to span the entire 35 acres, so it meets the criteria. This slide depicts, I'm sure you're well familiar with it, counselors, the rezoning review criteria. And I'm gonna go through it, not in super duper detail. The staff report is quite detailed on the evaluation, but I do want to hit on some things. And so the first is compliance with the growth policy, because this is maybe the most important, at least for us planners. You know, we make plans and then we want to stick to the plans. And so does this proposal comply with the growth policy? As I mentioned earlier, the land use map designation is residential medium, 3 to 11 dwelling units per acre. The proposed density is 7.1 dwelling units per acre, which is squarely in compliance with the growth policy. The neighborhood character overlay in combination with the underlying base RT 5.4 residential district complies with the recommended uses, setting, and density of development in the growth policy. And then further, the zoning would comply with several growth policy goals and objectives related to livability, safety and wellness, community design, and some of the other chapters of the growth policy as detailed in the staff report. So we feel that it does comply with the growth policy. Further, in terms of whether the zoning is designed to secure safety from fire and other dangers, emergency services are located nearby. The fire department has indicated the ability to serve. City police is located just a few miles away. There would be fire hydrants, hospitals located nearby, etc. There would be adequate transportation, utility infrastructure. There's no floodplain that would impact development, or no other natural hazards. In terms of facilitating the adequate provision of services, water, sewer, schools, parks, etc., can be provided. Incidentally, in terms of schools, the developer's representative at staff's request reached out to the Missoula County Public School District to understand whether this project would have an undue impact. And former superintendent of schools, Russ Lodge, wrote back, provided an email, which is in the public record, saying he was not concerned about this project, particularly given the time frame of development. A 10-year build out, he wrote, gives them adequate time to plan. So in terms of these public requirements, local services, we feel that the property can be adequately served. In terms of effect on motorized and non-motorized transportation, I mentioned that there would be new sidewalks along the streets, off-site public street improvements. All streets would be made by the developer in phases and then dedicated to the city for maintenance. Whether the proposed zoning, so moving down toward the bottom of the slide, whether the amendment corrects an error or inconsistency in the ordinance or meets a challenge of a changing condition. And so, no, it would not correct an error or inconsistency, but as the counselors, members of the public are well aware, there's a well-documented need for housing at different price points, of different styles. So single dwelling type residences, single family residences, duplexes, apartments, and we feel that is a challenge and certainly a condition that needs to be addressed. And so we feel that this neighborhood character overlay would help to meet that challenge. And then finally, whether it's in the best interest of the city as a whole, it would include, again, a mix of residential building types to address a pressing need for housing stock at varying prices. It would preserve the floodplain and riparian area, and also provide housing where housing has been planned by both the city and the county. So we feel that the amendment is in the best interest of the city as a whole. I know I'm skipping over going over these findings here pretty quickly. They're detailed extensively in the staff report, as I think the counselors are aware. Under Montana law, when a rezoning is proposed, if owners of land within 150 feet of the subject property protest the rezoning, then at least 2/3 of the present and voting members of council are needed to approve the zone change. So in this case, there are 37 property owners within 150 feet. 29 valid protests were submitted, so that equals 78%. And what it boils down to is a supermajority is required to approve the NC overlay rezoning request. So that's a supermajority or 2/3 majority of present and voting members. Moving on to the subdivision review criteria. I've already talked about the growth policy, so I won't go into that unless councilors have specific questions, but I did want to hit on the others. So I mentioned earlier, the property has historically been used for irrigated hay production. Almost all of the property contains soil types designated as prime farmland if irrigated. However, under Montana law and our local regulations, mitigation of impacts cannot be based on the loss of agricultural soils. No other nearby properties are used for agriculture, so they would not be impacted, or agricultural operations nearby would not be impacted. The property does contain water rights from a well and also surface water from the Clark Fork River. These water rights are proposed to be transferred to the city, and a proposed condition of approval documents that. The property is not part of an irrigation district, so there are no ditches, no head gates, or other water user facilities or other irrigators that would be impacted by this property being used for residential development. And then finally, the land is zoned again for residential development, or it's planned for residential development, and no adjacent agricultural operations would be impacted. Onto local services, I've covered these to some degree already. Quickly, all lots will be connected to city utilities. Solid waste services available for public services. 2.25 acres of parkland is required, while 4.13 is proposed in 2 new parks, and those parks would be dedicated to the city and managed by the City Parks and Recreation Department. Staff from Parks and Rec has worked closely with the developer on those properties or those areas, and we've also been working with the county as well, because the county has an adjacent park, and there are conditions of approval that are proposed to address that. Law enforcement and fire services can be provided by the city. The developer would be responsible for installing fire hydrants, street signs, things like that to promote public safety. And then I talked already about impacts to schools. We do anticipate, or at least the application anticipates, that there could be anywhere between 50 and 126 new school-age children at full build-out. And again, Missoula County Public Schools indicated the district can accommodate the new students, particularly given the phased timeline. I mentioned already that the streets and alleys would be built by the developer and dedicated to the city in phases. New streets, of course, include travel lanes, parking lanes, curbs and gutter, boulevards and sidewalks. A particular note, I think, is Summer Street. Currently, there are 2 travel lanes on Summer Street with a paved section. There are informal parking lanes off to the side, very, very little in the way of sidewalk. And so the developer has been working with Missoula County, which manages and maintains Summer Street, to come up with a revised road plan, essentially to rebuild the road from the subject property all the way out to Highway 200. And that would include, at least at this point, it would include new travel lanes, formalized parking lanes, curb and gutter, and sidewalks along both sides of the street. Because that street is managed by the county would have the ultimate authority to approve the final design and approve final construction. And both City Public Works and Mobility and the developer have been working with County Public Works to develop those plans. Onto the natural environment and wildlife habitat. So, of course, the Clark Fork is adjacent to the east, and there's a thin ribbon of wetlands along a portion of the river on the property. All vegetation in the riparian area would not be disturbed as part of this subdivision. And again, the eastern park along the river would be dedicated to the City Parks and Rec for management, for conservation, and also recreation. Trees would be planted in the parks by the developer and also along the streets by lot owners when they go and secure a building permit to build a home. The Missoula County Conservation District has stated that any development within 50 feet of the high water mark of the river requires a 310 permit. So that's a protection of water quality type permit. And that is memorialized as a proposed condition of approval. All stormwater would be contained on site with review and approval by City Public Works and Mobility. Now, the property does contain important wildlife habitat. We've received comment letters from Fish, Wildlife and Parks and others indicating that. And several agencies, including the county planning office, Conservation District, Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, they've mentioned potential for larger setbacks. The county requires, through its zoning, requires significant setbacks. In this case, I believe it would be 175 feet from the high water mark, where what's proposed here is closer to about 60 feet from the high water mark for any structures. But the city has not adopted those zoning rules or other protection measures. Instead, what we do when development is proposed under both our zoning and subdivision rules that we've adopted is require the developer to submit a riparian area resource plan. So riparian vegetation is vegetation that occurs along water bodies, and it provides important habitat and also water quality protection measures, flood control, etc. So in this case, the developer has provided the appropriate plan, but ultimately this area would be turned over to the city and managed again for recreation and also conservation. Now moving on to public health and safety, there are no unstable soils, high voltage power lines, high pressure gas lines, or other threats. There's again a thin ribbon of floodplain along the river itself, but no development is proposed in that area. The property is within the wildland urban interface or area of greater wildfire hazard, under our subdivision regulations at the city, we require, in such cases, we require that certain protective building measures be incorporated into the development covenants. Now, there are several variance requests that have been made by the developer that have to do with streets and block lengths. And so here you see the variance criteria. In a nutshell, for a variance to be properly granted, it should be based on conditions that are unique to the property for which the variance is sought and not applicable generally to other property. And also, variances are granted because of physical surroundings, shape, topography, or other unique conditions to the property involved where an undue hardship to the owner would result if the strict requirements of these regulations are enforced. So the first variance request has to do with right-of-way width. So under the city subdivision regulations, the streets of this subdivision would be classified as low-density urban local streets. And these streets require a 70-foot right-of-way, so a 70-foot wide right-of-way or easement along those streets. In this case, what's being proposed is 62 feet of right-of-way along the internal subdivision streets listed here, with the addition of, on each side of those streets, there would be an 8-foot utility easement. So really it's significantly larger. So it'd be 78 feet wide in all kind of for all practical purposes. But the actual right-of-way that would be dedicated to the city is 62 feet, again, with additional easements on both sides. As you can see from this sketch, all of these streets would have the standard dimensions in terms of driving lanes, parking lanes, curbs and gutters, boulevards, and sidewalks. So they'd have all the functional features and characteristics of a typical city street, but have a slightly narrower right-of-way. Wider right-of-ways are important under a lot of circumstances. So here's an example where you'd want a wide right-of-way. If you're crossing a hillside and additional areas needed for cuts and fills, so you need to bring the slopes back so that they won't erode so quickly, so that you can plant vegetation and things like that. But as I showed on the slide early with the topography, it's a very flat site. And so really the additional right-of-way is not necessary. And so that's really the basis for staff's recommendation of approval. I'm sorry, I switched slides a little too quickly. But essentially, all physical elements of the road would be there. The topography shows us that we really don't need additional right-of-way. And plus, there would be additional easements along both sides of the street for utilities. So staff recommends approval of the variance based on the topography of the property and the fact that it's just that the additional right-of-way is simply not necessary. The second variance request that you see on the screen relates to a 415-foot segment of Waterside Drive. So this is at the very north edge of the property. Waterside Drive is an existing county road that comes in from the north. And it goes through the Water's Edge subdivision, which abuts this property to the north. The right-of-way on the Water's Edge subdivision on Waterside Drive is 54 feet wide. The developer has requested a 54-foot wide right-of-way for this 415-foot segment of Waterside Drive entering the Aspire subdivision. So in addition to the 54-foot wide right-of-way, one parking lane is requested, and that would be on the east side of the road. One parking lane instead of your standard 2 parking lanes. And the justification provided by the developer in the variance request is really this is a traffic calming measure. So you've got the S curve that would slow traffic. It would be a slightly narrower road, and would, the idea is to not impact the adjacent residents. There are no stop signs within the adjacent subdivision. Unlike Summer Street, there are several stop signs as you head west to Highway 200. In this case, there are none in the Water's Edge subdivision. So it'd be a traffic calming measure, slightly narrower. Each of the lots already is required to have, upon build out, 2 parking spaces under our current rules. So again, all physical elements of the road would be provided in the appropriate specifications except for only 1 parking lane. The idea here is to match the off-site road, so it would be the same alignment essentially. The one difference, I guess, is in the Water's Edge subdivision, there's a sidewalk on only one side of the street. Here, for this segment of road, it would be on both sides of the street, so more of a complete street. And again, the design is intended to reduce vehicular traffic and speeds when traveling north. So this is a condition that's unique to the property. It's trying to fit into the existing neighborhood a little bit better, not impact off-site users. It's kind of a mitigation measure, frankly. Also, this area is flat and would not result in a threat to public health and safety. And staff recommends approval based on conditions unique to the property. Again. Okay, the third variance request is to have 1 sidewalk instead of 2 along a short stretch, 460 feet to be exact, along Aspire Loop. And so this is located along the west edge of the subdivision. And if you can see along the west side, there are quite a few topographic lines. It's probably a 10-foot elevation change, maybe a little less than that, but pretty close. And so you'd have sidewalk on both sides of the road, then a crossing, Aspire, where it would just be on the east side, abutting all of the lots. You can see that there are no lots actually on the west side. That's dedicated land, proposed to be dedicated as parkland to the city. And so there would be, all of the lots would have a sidewalk abutting them. And there would just be a short break, 460 feet, where there wouldn't be a sidewalk. There is a sidewalk up at the north edge, and then here on the west edge, but where it's steep topography, there really isn't a lot of alternative other than potentially shrinking those lots up, making them smaller. But based on the topography itself, it seems like, and also the lack of traffic, really, this is a little off the beaten path. It's not a main north-south road. It's a road that would serve essentially these adjacent lots. So we believe it is a condition that's unique to the property. We're recommending approval due to the expected low traffic volume and vehicle speeds. It would have little impact on public health and safety or welfare, and not be injurious to other properties. The conditions are somewhat unique to the property in that there's a topographic rise along the west, and the variance is based on the topography itself, where requiring a sidewalk there would result in an unnecessary hardship. So again, staff is recommending approval of this variance request as well. The fourth variance request has to do with the length of blocks. And so this is down at the southwest portion of the property. Summer Street is right here, comes in on the southwest corner, and lots 1 through 18 and 103 through 113 are all grouped together without a break. And so our subdivision regulations state that each block can be no more than 480 feet long without really a cross street or a cross street. And so in this case, this proposed block is 1,287 feet. And as you can see in the aerial photograph, along the west boundary of the subdivision, all of the lots are developed. There really isn't an opportunity to punch a street through. So again, staff is recommending approval because there really aren't any alternatives. The subdivider doesn't really have much of a choice here. Again, there's no way to punch a street through because those homes are already there, those lots are already developed. So staff is recommending approval based on conditions that are unique to the property, based on existing development and the lack of opportunity really to put another street through. We don't believe it would result in a threat to public health and safety. It does not violate any growth policy or zoning provisions, et cetera. So again, staff is recommending approval of this variance request as well. The next variance request also has to do with block length, and it's down near the southern extent of the property. Again, the requirement in the subdivision regulations of the maximum block length is 480 feet. In this case, this block is proposed to be 547 feet long and broken up by a pedestrian easement. It's a 10-foot easement that would run right through the middle of the block. And so the justification provided by the developer is that Hartwood Place, it's a main north-south road, so vehicles traveling south would then have to come to a complete stop and go left or right. And the developer has indicated that in their estimation, it's a safer situation, would keep vehicle speeds low, more appropriate for a residential neighborhood, and so has requested a variance. Staff is also recommending approval, does not believe that this would result in a threat to public health and safety or welfare or be injurious to any other properties. The request is due in part to the long, narrow shape of the property, with the river on one side and an existing development on the other, and these are conditions that are site-specific and unique. The variance would not violate any growth policy or zoning provisions. It would not increase public costs, and the hardship is based on the existing conditions that were not created by the applicant. So again, staff recommends approval. This is another depiction of it, just a little closer. See the pedestrian easement right through the middle. On to number 6, this is also a block length variance request, and this is along the east subdivision boundary along the Clark Fork River. So the proposed block length is 1,815 feet, and the lots are proposed to be broken up by 10-foot pathways, essentially, between the lots that would be built by the developer dedicated to the city. And those breaks are located at street intersections, so sidewalks would exist across from those. You'd be able to cross the street and head over to the riverfront park. As you can see, really there aren't any alternatives. You're butting up against the river, so a variance would be properly granted. In staff's estimation, we recommend approval because there aren't any alternatives. There are no bridges, for example, crossing the Clark Fork River in this location. So there isn't a lot that can be done other than potentially redesigning the subdivision to have a road along the top of the bank. But this certainly would provide greater recreational benefits, better water quality benefits. And so staff supports this design and recommends approval based on conditions that are unique to the property, lack of public health and safety concerns, etc. And then the next variance, number 7, is there's a section of the subdivision regulations stating that all lots must abut and have access to a public or private street or road. In this case, there are 3 lots, lots 62, 65, and 66, that are proposed to be provided with vehicular access from alleys. And it's a bit of a peculiarity in our subdivision regulations, but alleys are not considered a street. They're not considered a street type. So it's, again, a bit of a technicality, but in any event, in this case, each of those 3 lots would abut and have access for vehicles on a 20-foot wide alley, and then have pedestrian access on this 20-foot pedestrian access easement that splits up this block. And the idea is to look something like this. So these are photos that were submitted by the applicant, and what they'd like to do is, those are multi-dwelling lots where this variance is requested, and what they would like to do is build townhome type structures that face each other across a green space with a sidewalk in the middle. And so they would face each other across this green space and have vehicular access from the rear, essentially garages in the rear and then windows and doors facing each other. So that's the proposal. In this case, staff is also recommending approval because granting the variance would not result in a threat to public health and safety or welfare or be injurious to other properties. The request is due to the desire to have apartment structures on individual lots with vehicle access to the rear, as I stated. Typically if this were one lot instead of several, no variance would be requested or required, I mean. It would be like your typical apartment complex that has garages in the rear and structures facing each other. But the reason a variance is necessary is because these lots are proposed to be subdivided as opposed to just having one large lot. But back to the criteria, granting this variance will not violate any growth policy or zoning provisions. The variance would not cause an increase in public costs. And the hardship is based on existing conditions. It's kind of a funky shape down in this southern part. So staff supports this variance. And then the last one, oops, wrong way again. The last one is again for block length. And so we're on the same area. It's the southern part of the property. And it's all considered one block really, but these spaces are in excess of 480 feet. So 550 feet to the west, 935 to the north, 935 to the south. And these are based, and this is based on, again, the desire to have a mix of housing types with access from the rear. Staff also supports this variance. It's an interesting shaped property, kind of long and narrow. It's a little fatter down on this end or a little wider down on this end, but we support this variance request based on the shape of this part of the property. We do not feel that there would be a threat to public health and safety. City Fire Department has reviewed this and found that the alley access would be sufficient and adequate to support public safety. Pedestrian access would be allowed. So this would certainly not violate any growth policy or zoning provisions, would not cause any increase in public costs, etc. So staff recommends approval as detailed in the staff report. There are 35 conditions of approval that are recommended for this subdivision. So staff is recommending approval of the subdivision with 35 recommended conditions. Most of them are quite standard. In fact, the ones that you see here are really quite standard as well, but I did want to point out a few. So again, final plating would be according to a phasing plan. All streets, alleys, fire hydrants, parks would be dedicated to the city. Summers would be improved. Summers Street would be improved prior to final plating of phase 1. There is an upgrade of an off-site water main that would be necessary to maintain fire flows nearby, and the developer, that's a condition of approval recommended by staff. And then we talked about parkland, the riverfront trail, etc., and water rights dedicated to the city. So 35 conditions, they're really quite standard overall. There are a number of motions, of course, again, annexation and initial zoning, rezoning to apply the neighborhood character overlay, several variances, as well as ultimately approval of the Aspire phase subdivision. And we'll get to those at committee. And then I did want to talk just a couple more minutes, and one is the planning board. So the planning board, Missoula Consolidated Planning Board, which is a city and county combined planning board, held a public hearing on July 16th that was continued to August 6th. Ultimately, the board recommended against adoption of the neighborhood character overlay district, several of the variance requests, and also recommended against approval of the overall subdivision application. There was a lot of discussion, a lot of public comment, but ultimately the board's rationale touched on things like just too much density for the area, that the more of a transition between a more rural East Missoula development pattern and urban development might be more appropriate. Wider riparian / river setbacks is needed. Concerned about traffic, environmental impacts, and also impacts to existing residents nearby. And then finally, too many variances. One comment was, make the rules and stick to them. So in any event, lots of public comment has been received, as you know, from reviewing the file. And now, for your benefit, are meeting minutes from the planning board as well. And then the last thing I wanted to talk about a little bit, and I spoke with the planning board about this, developments like this are difficult because there are existing residents who would necessarily be impacted. Infill is just hard. It's not like greenfield development that's out on the edge that doesn't have neighbors. And so there are trade-offs. It's a balancing act in a way. And so, from our draft land use plan update that we're working on right now at the city, We know that currently there's an underproduction of between 2,000 and 3,000 housing units in the city needed to achieve a vacancy rate of between 5% and 8%. And the city's population is expected to grow by over 34,000 new residents by 2045. So that means between 19,000 and maybe 24,000 homes are needed over a 20-year period, which is about 1,000 homes a year. That's a lot. That's a very heavy lift. And so where should those homes be built? You know, we look at our existing growth policy, and it calls quite clearly for a focused inward approach, where infill is the top priority. Infill is really the preferred alternative. So that means development on existing utilities, near transit, schools, medical facilities, recreational facilities, et cetera. But again, this approach really contrasts. It's a harder approach. It contrasts with greenfield development, again, where there are fewer people who would be impacted. And so I guess the point I'm trying to make is, you know, infill development is difficult, and it does impact nearby residents. And so those impacts need to be mitigated and minimized. And then, you know, again, it's a balancing act. You're trading the public good of providing additional housing at different price points to meet a pressing need, but you're also, you know, in some cases, some habitat will be lost or converted, some farmland will be converted, and that sort of thing. So, but again, you know, when looking at through the strategic lenses of affordability, equity, climate, and housing, you know, this is the staff recommendation, although the planning board, again, felt that that balance wasn't adequately met. But I just wanted to bring that up for you in terms of discussion, and then I'll stop sharing my screen now.
Okay, Mr. de Grand Prix, thank you very much for such a thorough presentation. Very much appreciate that. Are there any members of the owner development or development representative here this evening that wish to add to the presentation? Come on up.
Thank you.
You bet. Hold on one quick second. Let me make sure that. There we go. Microphone's on now. Sorry about that.
I'm Brian Throckmorton with 406 Engineering. And if I could share my screen.
I believe so. Are you in the meeting?
Yeah. Yep.
Okay, great. Excellent. Ms. Trimble, can you make sure, and did you say one more time for your last name?
Brian Throckmorton.
Brockmore.
Throckmorton.
Throckmore.
Yes, ma'am.
Can you make sure Mr. Throckmore has access to, as a presenter?
He should have it now.
All right, thank you.
Great, thank you.
Well, thank you, Council and Mayor, for letting us present. Hopefully, I can kind of add to what Dave did instead of trying to repeat over and over. I know it's hard when we have such a big subdivision, and there's a lot to go through. This is an example of the sufficiency packet that was approved, just so everybody can see the amount of effort that has been put into this with staff is monumental, and it's been a lot of work to get here. So we have most of it, but to go through all this would take 3.5 years. So we'll try and make it short. You know, what you can see on your screen right now is an example of the housing that we would be wanting to build for Aspire.
Oh, hold on one quick sec. It's not on the screen yet, although I see it on our presentation here. It may be because you need to join the meeting.
Oh, okay, I'm good now.
Oh, there it goes. Okay, good. Thank you.
Yep. So this is an example of, you know, what would look like transitioning between the single family, and then on the right-hand side of the picture would be the multifamily. So you can kind of get a look at what this community would look like. Again, Dave kind of hit on the proposed area. Again, more of an infill type project versus out there off of Mullen Road where 44 Ranch or Remington Flats, any of that is kind of on the edge of development. One thing that's nice, I haven't done a major subdivision this big yet that actually has the bus that can go to it. We talk about it all the time. We talk about it out towards 44 Ranch, anything that direction. But this project actually has a bus stop next to it. And in discussions with Mountain Lion, we would be able to probably change the bus route to come through this subdivision. So that's something that shows how infill this is versus anywhere else that we've worked before. Growth policy did want to just highlight, Dave already highlighted this, but the county and the city are equal in what the growth policy is. So kind of start a little bit to give a little bit more background on how this project started and where the county has gotten involved already. So we initially picked this project up January of 21 to look at this particular property, looked at what we needed for entrance and exits. It looked like we had 2 public access points touching this property. Further review found out that Waterside Drive actually had a 1-foot no access strip put across the county road there. So what that means is, even though it's a public road, you touched it, technically you can't drive across that imaginary line on a map. So our first email was in January, I believe, of 21. We reached out to the county asking, hey, this looks inadvertent. It doesn't meet the conditions of approval for Water's Edge. Everything, through that presentation talked about connecting to the south. This appears to be inadvertently put on the map. They weren't really sure what to do with it. So we went back and forth, met several times with a county attorney. Finally, it was decided in the end that we should file an official petition. So in October of 29th of 2021, we did write a letter formally requesting the removal of the 1-foot no access strip. That went into the county, and the county started the review. So what we did then, that needed to get a lifting from the county commissioners. So ultimately, planning and county decided the county commissioners should have input on that. Now, the first meeting we had was more of a discussion from what we thought of kind of the legality of why that was there, but it became clear really fast, and especially with the county commissioners, that if we were going to annex into the city, and remember, when we started this, the final zoning even for the county wasn't completed yet. So this was in, the spring of 2022 or even 2021 we submitted. So we had already, right at that point, I think the zoning out there was 1 dwelling unit per 1 acre. So, and in the past, we'd always just annexed to the city when we got city sewer and water. So, we had gone into that meeting preemptively looking at going to the city just on what it was. But the county commissioners had said, even in that meeting, this may be our opportunity to comment on what goes in this project. So that meeting had a lot of public comment. We came out of it agreeing to meet with, have public meetings, but meet with a group to kind of see what we can compromise on and have input for the meeting. So where we were at in this process, and at that point, the county commissioners also had asked us, this was, to commission a full traffic study on what we were proposing. So we did that with, this is kind of showing that we've updated as we've gone along, but we did have a traffic study that was presented to the group and was done for this project at that time when we were talking with the county. So our original proposal with the county was 11 dwelling units an acre. So that was the max of what the growth policy was. Nobody was really happy. We had some public comment back and forth. One thing that really good that came out of some of the first meetings was talking about, you can see our public park is actually in the center of the screen of the 11 dwelling units an acre. And so when you're looking right here, one person in the meeting said, hey, that would be great if it actually connected to the existing Canyon View Park right here. That was a great idea. So we shifted that over. And at the same time, had a little bit less multifamily, tried to stick more with the red is actually duplexes, the gray is single family, and try to put more duplexes and single family in and keeping the multifamily a little bit lower. That still wasn't really well liked, and I can understand. So then the next step we went to was to truly reduce the multifamily a lot more to about 5.5 acres. This layout that you can see in the middle of the screen is actually 8.5 dwelling units an acre. So still kind of in the middle of the growth policy. This particular layout actually is a restricted covenant that's placed on the property currently from getting this 1-foot no access strip listed. So when this was placed on here, this is what was agreed upon with the working group in order to make the compromise to try and make everybody happy to go into the commissioners and then get that 1-foot no access strip lifted. So just want to put out that there was, discussion through the county with county commissioners trying to facilitate compromise And this right here is what was able to get the 1 foot no access strip lifted through the county. So even from there, though, we did hear during that meeting, you know, we really want to hear just have single family to meet what's existing. So you can see we shifted. The next slide that you can see is almost all single family with a little multifamily in the bottom. We were still connecting. One thing we had looked at that we never did achieve was connecting through Robinson Street, through the existing county Canyon View Park. County Parks was adamantly against that, so we pretty much dropped what that was. But this initial layout in the bottom right is what we went in for a preliminary plat for the initial meeting with the city. And since then, we worked with them. They had some tweaks, wanted to change a few different things. So then the final upper left was one of the last ones we went in at sufficiency. It's at 7.1 dwelling units an acre. And this is from, you know, lots of city input to get to that point. The last little particular piece before is these 3 lots right here. County or city parks came to us and said they would like to see those integrated somewhere else so that we could make that park not back to houses and make the park a little bit bigger. So when you look at our layout, this is the layout that we're presenting today. So it has the existing park with the lots removed. It does have 2.4 acres of parkland along the river that we've presented, and we talked with city parks about how to maintain that, what that would look like. So the city will take over both parkland areas. We had discussions with county parks about the working together with city on, you know, Canyon View now touches the additional parkland. So we took, if you look at Canyon View, and the amount that we added, the existing Canyon View Park is now about 4 times the size that it originally was to make a community park that ties together for everybody. There is a little bit of a hill here that's steep, that's about 9 feet tall. When you look at topo, we'll probably grade some of that out, but in all honesty, it makes a pretty nice smaller kid sled hill. It's not even big enough really for a bigger kid, but there will be trails through here, and then we're going to work with city parks to determine what kind of playground equipment and stuff would need to go in there. That's the recommendation from city parks on what they would like to see as far as the parkland goes. And then the single family that we have, the one thing that you guys can kind of see with this is the neighborhood character overlay. So in order for us to get the more single family instead of the duplexes, it's the same width of 2 lots that you would need, but in essence, we made the sides a little bit smaller so that they're only 5 foot setbacks instead of 10, or if you had duplexes, which RT.4 would allow, they would just touch. But this allows for more of a traditional single family, and then also allows us to then have the multi-family that is in the bottom. We've heard from city a lot in the past that we seem to make these, you know, kind of mono architecture type developments. You know, where's the blending of the socioeconomics? Where's the blending of housing types? Let's get people of different walks of life to actually live together in one community. How does that really work? So this is kind of an attempt to blend that a little bit more and create more of a blended community than a community that is just all one exact, you know, looking area. So here's some examples of the multifamily. That is the one thing that's a little bit kind of out for what is normally RT 5.4. So we propose 5-plexes and 10-plexes. This is what the 5-plex would look like. So this is the housing in the front where you know, Dave talked about the variance, or the front doors all the front going to the variance with the walkway. The back is actually garages for parking in the back, and then the 10-plexes are basically 2 5-plexes put together. So you'll have a cottage court in the front where people will walk out of their front doors and see somebody else's front door. The backs will be an alley on that to allow for just cars to more go to parking versus a through street. So this is a rendering of what that would look like. So when you look at the rendering, this would be the 10-plex areas looking down at the cottage court. Driveways would be in the back with parking. So housing, just wanted to give a quick example of some housing types that have been plotted for each one of these lots. You know, the upper left would be more of the smaller single-family lots that you see on there. They would be the 38-foot wide lots. And the bottom two would be the kind of the bigger lots, the 50-foot wide lots. But this definitely does give a degree of housing time. And again, these are just examples. I think there's like 20 different types. So if I put them all up, then that's a lot to show on one screen. But I just wanted to give an example of what you could see for housing types out there. Here would be an example of right across the street that we looked at from the multifamily. This would be the densest single-family housing within the subdivision. Doesn't have any 50-foot wide lots on here, only the 38-foot. So you can see that there's a tree per lot, and you can see it's still a nice neighborhood. So not going to go over phasing too much. Dave definitely went over that, so that's kind of a repeat of everything. Utilities, again, there's 8-inch sewer main that runs right through the property. There's water right there, so we're not bringing water and sewer off site. This is an infill project that has water and sewer on site. On the roads, Dave went over what the roads would look like. Summer Street. So one thing that we talked about was upgrading Summer Street and what would that really look like. So Summer Street only has a 50-foot right-of-way, so there's not a lot of room to work within that right-of-way. So for us, looking at these layouts, 50 feet is not much. 50 feet basically allows for sidewalks and then parking and then driveways. That's really about what it does. There's not much room for boulevards or anything else. The layout you see with 5-foot sidewalks, 8-foot parking, 11-foot drive lanes allows for 6 inches on the back of each sidewalk. So it's pretty taken up. The one with the power pole, there are a few power poles that exist in the right-of-way. So at those places you can see on here, you're going to have little bump outs. Most of the time, that's at an intersection. So with those bump outs, you would lose parking in those areas where the power pole is. But we would curb and gutter around them. So parkland. This is one big topic that I think we'll talk on a little bit more later as far as with the riparian area. The required parkland, I think Dave had a little less than I did, but I have 2.69 acres. But in total, there's 4.13 acres of parkland that's dedicated. So you're getting in abundance more parkland than what's dedicated. And I haven't worked with a lot of guys lately that dedicate that much parkland, especially in an area that's dense, just because they think it's better for what the environment is. So that extra parkland, what that really does is it gives the community park a bigger feel, a big flat area, an area to have, equipment for kids to play on, a grassy field to throw a Frisbee. It's one of those things that actually connects and is better versus most people would just go with what the minimum is and leave it at that. Now that said, the parkland's not unlimited. So we're at 4.13 acres. That's about what we feel we can give up. If this group thinks that parkland would be better used on the river itself and set it back, we have an example I'm going to show you in a little while of a layout that would take all that parkland and actually move it to the river and shift everything back, then we can do that. I think, you gain on the river frontage, for every 26 feet you go from the river, that is an acre of land, of usable flat land that's pretty much perfectly flat up there. So we did take basically an extra 2 acres, moved it along the river so you could get an extra 50 feet back just to show what that would look like, and then kind of lose the parkland. Not going to really hit too much, I think, on the variances. I think, Dave hit these pretty good. The one thing to say on the variances, especially the last ones, variance 7 and 8, the only reason we need those variances is because we really wanted to put each individual building on its own lot. Normally, if we were just to say multifamily, all rentals, you wouldn't have those 2 variances because you would take out those lot lines, the lots would front a city street, and you would just have multifamily that was scattered throughout. I personally think it's good, and staff thought it was good, to have each individual building on a lot. That way, if you wanted to have a sale of a 5-plex, somebody with a little less means could actually buy that. Or if you wanted a condo, just one building versus condo and mall, there's options, a lot more options when you put a building on a lot versus having every single building only on one lot, and then only one big future landowner can own that down the road. It just allows more diversity in ownership. But, you know, both 7 and 8 are from that desire to what I think is create a better space and a better idea for that area. If they went away, it wouldn't change the layout at all. So kind of sped through the initial stuff that we've talked about all along. I wanted to go to these additional comments that have come more from the planning board meetings and talk a little more on that topic that we heard from planning board and kind of hit what that really is. So traffic has been a really big one. I'm not going to deny this project will add traffic to the surrounding area. I mean, everything does. So, you know, at full build out, so when everything is completed, there'll be 2,266 trips a day created from the subdivision. Now there's 2 exits. The hard thing about this is when you look at the map that we have on here, the blue circle is almost exactly the same distance to the yellow circle each direction. So that's where Summers meets Highway 200. So in essence, everybody that is in the Aspire subdivision, it is a shorter route to take Summers Street up to Highway 200. So, you know, the traffic impact study that we had accomplished by a third party was reviewed by city staff, county staff, and also IMEG through the initial process with the county, you know, all agreed that the traffic study is correct for what it was stating. Within that study, they said that Summer Street is 22 feet wide and that it may need to be widened to 24 feet wide to improve traffic flow. So only adding 1 foot to each side. You know, we presented this to county, to Shane with County Public Works. He came back with Public Works and Mobility. We met all of the city public works out there as well as city park staff. They had asked if there's some way we could figure out how to get sidewalks from Highway 200 to the subdivision. So take Summer Street, instead of adding just a foot to the side, which is normal to follow the TIS, can we make this a better area for the entire residents? I talked about it with our developer. They said, yeah, I think that's a good thing. It benefits everybody. We are putting an impact on there, but we can add sidewalks. That makes a walking path from Highway 200 through our subdivision. You can stay on a sidewalk and then access the river on a sidewalk the whole way, where that is not an option right now in East Missoula. So again, the traffic impact study did not say to add this full build out. That was a request. Our guys immediately said, yep, we're fine with doing that. We understand it's an extra, it's a huge cost, but it's the right thing to do, and it's a benefit for the community and the subdivision itself. So the other thing that has been come up with traffic, that upgrade will be completed in phase 1. So I know a lot of people have wondered, when is that going to happen? But at phase 1, before houses are able to be built, that will be completed. So that is part of what is needed to file the final plats, to create the lots. That needs to be done. Maintenance of local roads can be maintained through an RSID. So, you know, we talked about these are county roads that are being driven through by city residents. But I mean, this happens all over. Upper Miller Creek is a county road that all of Linda Vista uses to get to. Same thing with going out Mullen to anywhere on 44 Ranch. So this isn't something that was really hard for the city and county to overcome. When we talked to them in their planning department, they said, that's fine. If we put an RSID on, that you can't dispute an RSID on the plat, then basically, if maintenance is needed for those roads, you have a yes vote from every single lot that exists in the subdivision. They can pull funding from a city property to fund the maintenance of county roads. You know, talking with Shane, he's hoping to do that, to be honest, probably earlier on than even before the roads need maintenance, so he has a pot to then go work on them. But currently, if you look at the conditions of approval, it's not even for Summer Street, it's also for Deer Creek and Speedway, which, you know, Speedway cuts through the town, but Speedway is really not even that close to the subdivision, and this RSID could apply to that as well. And kind of the last thing to talk about is the intersection at Summers and Highway 200. So that is one place that, you know, if you look at the traffic study, that is a bottleneck and a clog. The county has recognized that. They have the money funding for the Highway 200 upgrades. Shane has agreed that some kind of control is needed at the intersection, whether it's going to warrant a stoplight. The interesting thing, we say it's a bottleneck, but even when you talk to the traffic experts, they still don't know if it's enough traffic to even warrant a stoplight. Shane recognizes that that's probably, you know, something is needed there, whether it's a roundabout or a stoplight that would be preferred, but that intersection would be a controlled intersection to help everybody turn left. One other question that came up in planning board was, you know, what would this look like without the overlay? So, you know, you're going to bring it in, it would be zoned at RT 5.4, no overlay. These are some pictures around town that have been taken that show, you know, an example of RT 5.4 areas in town that don't have an overlay. You would probably end up the lower left, to be honest, if we didn't get the overlay and just built the duplexes, it would look something really similar. You would have, you know, a bunch of lots that really looked about like that. So, you know, the overlay is to really help get rid of the carbon copy of duplexes. The density is still the same. It's still 284 units. We're putting in 250, so we're not even maxing what the current density would allow. If we had to go through this, there would be some redesign, but you would still probably end up with 250 units if the overlay was there or not. You just wouldn't have the variety of houses that we're currently looking at. Riparian setback. So this became, to be honest, this wasn't that big a talking point until the planning board meeting, and now has become a very big talking point. So a little more discussion on this. I think you can see the pictures in the lower left are, the red is from our riparian resource plan that denotes where the riparian area is. And then blue would be where the current proposal of the trail would be. So that kind of shows, you know, a setback off the river. So no riparian area is going to be touched in the subdivision. That whole corridor will be dedicated to the city. So if City Parks does want to maintain, cut trees, whatever they want to do, that is up to City Parks, not us. And I think they're probably the best people, honestly, to control that. So, you know, I put up in the upper right that talked about the city regulations on the riparian resource area. So one of that says a functional definition for riparian resource area will ensure protection of the resource without unnecessarily impacting developable land. So, you know, what that really is that's more of your kind of urban area subdivision regulations, which this is. This is an urban area part of town, not rural. The last, we reached out to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, the Conservation District, and I wanted to share a few comments from Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, as well as the Conservation District. In the LUP meeting, Nathan with Parks for you guys got on and you know, the question was asked, what would you guys say, would you refer back to for what a decent setback is? He said the Conservation District would probably be the overriding factor. We did reach out to the Conservation District and we have a letter for them, but as far as Fish, Wildlife, and Parks, you know, they started with the designated riparian setbacks and the proposal are appreciated. So they did go on to say a wider buffer would enhance the area. I don't disagree. It's one of those ideas where it's like, how do you fit it? How do you thread that needle? How do you maintain a, you know, big park, a community park, and then how do you maintain river? You know, it'd be great to have a 10-acre community park. I mean, to be honest, it would be great to have really big roads that had huge areas for you know, straight bike paths. It would also be great if every house out there was $300,000. But we can't do that. We have to find this blend of how do you make houses that people, you know, want to live in that are pretty affordable, and then where are our compromises to kind of to get that density to make houses a little more affordable, but not too much density to where we have too much traffic and everything else. So this is really trying to thread the needle of what that might look like. Fish, Wildlife, and Parks also said that they appreciated the the planting that we proposed in our parks plan. They recommended a fence along the riparian area. We've had that in the subdivision application where we propose to put a jackleg fence. Again, that'll be the city's to maintain. So,
I'll just make a comment that there's no comments from the public until you're ready for your public comment up at the microphone, please. Thank you very much. We appreciate the decorum in the room. Thank you.
So, you know, the subdivision covenants, they said prohibit clearing. Since that's going to go over to the city, again, that's one of those things that it would be up to the city to decide what they wanted to do on the park. And then they also recommended the connectivity of the trails, which we proposed having a trail along the river that would connect to Water's Edge where an existing trail exists. Wanted to share, this is the letter from the Conservation District. So, you know, one of their things was thanks for the opportunity to comment on the Spire subdivision. They recognize anything we do within 50 feet of the ordinary high water mark, we'll need a 310 permit. We recognize that. We have that within the subdivision regulations. And they go on to talk a little bit more about that. The 50 feet is a big deal as far as needing a 310. We will definitely get that for anything we do. They also recommend a fence to keep people from getting down to the river just randomly. Other things that they talk about is making sure stormwater doesn't go to the river. So when we slope the trail, what we can do is we'll slope it back to a swale that catches the 100-year rain off of. It's a gravel trail, so it'll absorb water as well. But the stormwater, we took into account that for them. Also, they said that the planning looks good and is robust, so they said good job on the planning that we proposed along the river as well. And then again, one of their other things is the clearing of vegetation. Just so very similar to Fish, Wildlife, and Parks on the comments that came from the Conservation District. So, riparian setback. This is 175 feet is what the county is. Again, we're in the city. There is no regulations in the city on what that looks like. Currently, when you go look at what Water's Edge is to the north, they're about 65 feet from the high water mark. So there's a sewer lift station that's 35 feet from the high water mark. When you hit the interstate bridge, the pillars on the bridge are 35 feet from the high water mark. And if you look at the, existing to the north, the existing houses are really similar to what we're proposing. We're not proposing to take a corridor that has a giant setback and push something out in the middle of it. We're proposing to match, which has had comment from FWP, the Conservation District, Parks, County and City, and matching similarly what's there. I do want to say, I know the county has their 175-foot rule that went in after a lot of this development, but when you look at the map on the right, if you took and said that everywhere needed to strictly follow the zoning regulations they have for their 175-foot what can be built in there, only about 30% of the existing land meets that strict following of it. Now, is the golf course a little bit better? Probably. But is the highway or the road? No. So, I mean, there's a lot of that it's a regulation in an area that is already built out and is in need of infill and is a rural regulation in more of an urban environment. So it just doesn't quite fit what we're looking at for this area. But we still went through and looked. So if the city would like, again, we went with city parks, and this was the layout on the left is what we're proposing. This has years of input. This is input from your guys' staff at every level, every department, and is what is being recommended as well. But if this governing body would like to see something different, the proposal on the right takes the canyon, the park that would touch Canyon View Park and distributes along the river. Now the trail is exactly the same place that we showed the trail before, so you can see what the extra setback would be. But in essence, it takes and moves the houses over to where the parkland would be. we would probably leave a trail, I would say, to get to Canyon View Park. And the people from this area, I'm sure that would be a condition of approval, would then, use the small park of existing Canyon View Park would be the park that everybody went to for playground equipment, things like that. We propose that that's not the case, that we make a bigger park that everybody can use, upgrade the playground equipment, and make a bigger area for everybody else. But if we feel like the riparian area is, more valuable on the other side, we definitely showed that we can adjust that layout. Again, these are really fast preliminaries, so I can't guarantee it's exactly perfect, but that's us just trying to throw something together between now and the land use and planning meeting. So, noise abatement was something that was also brought up in planning board. Just wanted to kind of point out, we would propose trees along the interstate itself. Everything that backs the interstate would be the garages to the multifamily. So, and then we would propose basically noise dampening construction through there. And the developer would want to do this anyhow for everybody. It's triple pane windows, double sheetrock with sound dampening between. They were telling me they even have vent caps that you can get that have sound dampening in those vent caps. Wanted to hit on this a little bit. Now this is kind of Missoula in general, but
Mr. Throckmorton,
Yeah.
I'm really sorry to stop your train of thought. We record our meetings, and the recording only lasts for a little over 2 hours. So I'm going to ask you to just pause there for a brief moment. This seems like a pretty good slide to do that because it's pretty detailed.
Yeah.
I am not going to gavel out of the meeting, however, since we're in the middle of Mr. Throckmorton's presentation. So Claire, if you would go ahead and recharge the recording. I believe that we only need a minute or two to do that. Is that right?
Less than 30 seconds.
Great, thank you very much. Appreciate the brief pause here for a second. Just want to make sure that we continue to get the recording actually recorded.
We should be good to go.
Wonderful, thank you very much, Ms. Trimble. Okay, Mr. Throckmorton, thank you very much for your flexibility.
Yeah.
Take it away.
Okay, so wanted to touch briefly on, because again, we've heard too dense, right? So what does that really mean, especially with single family houses? How does density really change what we're looking at in dynamics? But here's some facts. These are all the single family houses that had been closed, that are brand new construction that have been closed on the MLS in 2023 and 2024. So, affordability, I don't think, you can't really get affordability in brand new houses. That's like saying that, my brand new car is affordable when that's not probably the case. But for everybody that moves into a new house, they have to leave an old house. And hopefully that house is a little more affordable than the brand new house. But we want to make it, a little bit more of an incentive for people to move into newer housing. The density goes with that. So when you look at lot sizes that are under 5,000 square feet, of the 14 houses that closed on the MLS of 2023 and 2024, the average house price was $522,000. When you move that up to the 5,000 to 10,000 foot lot square footage range, that price then jumps up significantly to $679,000. And when you go to over 10,000 feet, 10,000 to 15,000, you're at $102,000. So you can see there's a pretty direct correlation between how dense you make something and how expensive these brand new houses are going to be. So for us to try and find that little bit more of affordability and honestly a mix, we're going to have a lot of houses under lot sizes under 5,000 square feet, but we do have quite a few that are in the 5 to 10,000 too. So that is the blend that we're looking for. I also wanted to point out the very low lack of availability out there. Right now, if you look on Realtor.com, there are only 55 newly constructed houses that are even listed on there. So one of the really big topics, and I'm almost wrapping up, so I'm sorry I'm taking so long, but I think this is a really big one to talk about. So county development, what does that really mean if we're going to develop in the county? So, when we initially looked at at this, again, I had talked about when we first were way out there, this was prior to any of the new zoning going in. This was, one dwelling unit per acre. But even with the riparian area setbacks, the county still is using the channel migration study as a no-build zone. So when you look at the channel migration zone through this area, which is the channel migration zone through this area is a 10-mile stretch of river that overlays what's happening in that area. So that's a 300-foot setback that no building is allowed along the river, so it's in the channel migration zone. Now, this was brought up by the city. You can see the two pictures we have on here. It's in a subdivision application about a concern. The photo on the left is from 1955, and the other one is from 2022. You can see the river hasn't moved even a foot. That's due to the bridges locking that in on both sides. So the worry of that is near none. And if it does move, it might move 2 feet in the next, that's 75 years, 70 years. So maybe it is 2 feet over the next 100 years. But within the county, the CMZ is a no-build zone. So in essence, if we go to the county, we'll have to set aside 12.3 acres of land along the river. That's about 35% of the area. Now, that doesn't mean, though, that the project can't be built. So when you look at, here's how the zoning in the county works. So now we have a reduction in 35% of land. This is the residential zoning through the county. So when you can see that there's 6 dwelling units an acre max, multiplexes are allowed, so multifamily is allowed in the county, but it comes with a conservation design development. That conservation design element right here talks about what the density bonuses for the entire property may be. And when you talk about the bonuses, that's outlined in Table 1. So when you come to Table 1, if you set aside 30 to 40% of the land, now I just talked about that's 35% the slide before, you get 140% density bonus on the 6 dwelling units an acre. So in essence, if we go to the county, set that aside, we can have 8.4 dwelling units an acre allowed through zoning. Now that means we can have 8.4 dwelling units an acre, and that is 295 multifamily units that can go out there according to this zoning. So we don't want to do that. We don't think that they'll all be multifamily to get that density in the area. Remember, you got to set aside, we're setting aside 35%. You're going to have multifamily units. And I don't think that's right. I think that what goes with that, and they'll all be rentals. So then we'll go through building permit, and there's no public comment, there's no conditions of approval. It's just, we get to go build. I mean, you guys know how easy it is to get a multifamily built versus a subdivision. I mean, it's one of the hardest things to do is to do this process right here. But if we just go put rental units out there, it's a 6-month process. None of the boards have a say. As long as we meet zoning, everything's good. So again, the density isn't going to change if this goes to the county. In fact, what happens is density stays the same, enough is set aside, they go to rental properties, and this process isn't happening. Our guys that we met with believe that people should own a house, that is the idea behind what is best for a community, that's best for the environment, that home ownership is essential. But to create single family lots, we're here. We're 3.5 years into this process. We turned this package in on May 9th of last year, and we're still this meetings when we turn this package in. It takes that much back and forth review time. And here's something to point out. These are the city's fiscal year 2023, fourth quarter, so 2023 year end to prove this point of how hard it is to get a subdivision like this in. Of last year, building permits pulled for residents that basically had a lot to buy was 150. 697 total units were built, but look how many were multifamily. Look at the percentage, 21%, only 21% were a house that somebody could go buy. So you're telling 1 in 5 people that they can buy a house, 4 in 5, you basically need to go rent. And the year before was even worse. You're at 951 the year before. So these numbers are saying we would like to build single-family houses, not add to the stock of multifamily that's out there. But if we're in the county, the amount of setbacks that we have leads to a lot higher density, and it's going to to a smaller area that only can be filled with multifamily. So, you know, coming back, so just wanted to point those out. Coming back to this is the last slide I have for what we think is the benefit to this. You know, this is 7.1 dwelling units an acre. So this is mostly single-family houses. What that looks like is a more dense, but it also is a little more affordable price point. You're going to get off-site infrastructure. If this goes through building permit, then we follow the TIS, and you can't condition a building permit, so we don't have to worry about, you know, what that really looks like. You get additional parkland. The city itself gets a third of a mile of river frontage as city property, as public property that doesn't exist to this day, that somebody can take a sidewalk and walk down there and enjoy the river all the way through from Highway 200. So I know that this is a really, really hard decision for the people in this room, but you know, I do implore you to make some of these hard decisions. Think about what's best for the greater good of Missoula when you're looking at this. One thing I would like to do, if we can, is the developer would like to say a few words, if he can do that right now. And then, you know, at that point, I think we'll give up the microphone.
Certainly, yep, the developer's welcome to come on up and be part of the presentation, you bet.
Oh, that's all right. That's all right. I do not have a PowerPoint presentation. Good evening, Madam Mayor, honorable council members and staff. My name is Dave Sanson. I'm the CEO for DeNova Homes, and here on behalf of the property owners as well. We own part of the property, and also the Randash family owns the part up against the river. And I really I kind of wanted to pull little things together and summarize for you as to the history and the background. As you've heard, and you just got bombarded with a ton of information from David and from Brian, trying to give you the history and the background on this fairly complicated process. I stand before you this evening. Unfortunately, I have over 40 years of subdividing and residential construction experience, done hundreds of subdivisions throughout the western United States. I've done 2 like this, and this being one of the 2, where you end up in a situation between a county and a city, and it's not fully. I've done a lot of annexations, but it's all done under the sphere of influence, and things are pretty straightforward, cut and dry. Growth plans are put in place, and we continue to move through that process with the appropriate government agency. This one was very unique because, as you've seen, we started in the county with this, and we impact the majority of the citizens here tonight are all county residents. And what we wanted to do, our company motto is building a better community. What we've focused on is building more attainable or workforce housing. Affordable is kind of a misnomer in today's day and age. A lot of the affordability issues throughout the country, and certainly in Missoula, is based on supply. It's a supply and demand issue, and as Dave indicated, the county's criteria based on your growth plan is a minimum of 1,000 units a year, and you can see just in the last couple of years it's continued to go down, and the majority of the product that's being supplied is all rental. When we met with the community over the 12 or so public meetings that we had 2 developer-sponsored meetings. We had several East Missoula Advisory Committee meetings that we participated in, 2 Board of Supervisor meetings, several parks meetings, and then other work group meetings with the community, Water's Edge, who is impacted on the other side by the access, and then the East Missoula residents, primarily on the Summers side. We had a lot of public hearings and meetings, plus the recent Planning Commission meetings, Land Use Committee meeting last night and tonight. It's over a dozen public meetings, lots and lots of back and forth. What I really wanted to express this evening as part of our culture and motto, we're here before you tonight because we took the hard path to try and provide the housing that we thought that we heard that the community wanted.
1 second.
Is that me or?
No, I believe it is Mr., there we go. There you go. Got it.
We talked to them early on, obviously building multifamily for rental product, which the city gets a lot of right now, is a much easier path. We sat down with the community early on, 3.5 years ago, almost 4 years ago, and they said, no, that's not what we want. That doesn't fit into our community, and we certainly did not disagree. So we decided to sit down with them. We thought we came to a density compromise, trying to bring it down from the 11, 8.5 to 7, which is right in the middle of the density range. We diversified the product so that we could come up with all different types of housing, not just for one segment of the market, but with the larger lot single family abutting the existing residential neighborhoods to be more compatible with their larger lot sizes, the multifamily down along the freeway, which was also used as part of our mitigation control as well for sound attenuation. As Brian indicated, you can do that through construction with the larger block buildings than you can with the single family. So there was a lot of effort that went into all that to make sure that we could provide what we thought was a much higher quality design, land use, and product type for the city. One of the issues you're going to hear tonight is from the county residents that they want their voice to be heard. And I certainly understand that. We definitely listened to them all the way through the process. Unfortunately, for two major reasons that Brian outlined, we could not process this development in the county. After we got the no access strip resolved and we went through and we listened to many of the board members and their feedback and they're wanting to make sure that we listen to them in this community effort and density reduction and all those that was part of the settlement agreement that we entered into a few years ago. It was to move that forward because I think they understood what we ended up encountering after we started to move. We got that resolved. We started to move forward with the development application. We could develop in the county, but we don't have any sewer and water. Plain and simple. That's really what it came down to. There was previous development in the East Missoula area where water and sewer was granted for county development projects. I think the city has taken the position now, because the annexation of this whole area is imminent in the next few years, that they wanted to start to see the development standards conform to the city standards, which I certainly can understand, and have better control over the process of what you're going to be inheriting down the road. So the sewer and the water were the deal killer makers. I mean, we couldn't process in the county, even though many of the residents really wanted us to, and they're upset that we're not, and the main reason is that. The second is the creek setback. During the process from when we started those meetings with the community to now, the county adopted what Brian showed you as 175 to 350 foot kind of arbitrary setback from the river, which just does not apply in this case. The county kind of put that over a 9-mile stretch of area, a lot of which is already developed, like us on the north and south side. So those two things really wiped out the ability to process in the county. They're here tonight because they want you to hear their feedback and comments. I will say, just in talking to several of them over the years, there does seem to be some confusion, maybe some misunderstandings. All those meetings, there's a lot of trade-offs going back and forth, so something that may have been discussed at one meeting was taken off the table for another mitigation or whatever. But you will see in this project, we voluntarily increased all of our mitigation impacts on this project. We did not make the county or the city staff, anybody else, force us to do those off-site mitigations. We knew immediately if we were going to do this infill project, which is very challenging always. If I look at my history of development, greenfield versus infill, the infills are always more challenging because you have old and new criteria that go into the process, and it doesn't necessarily all fit together, hence the variances. We have a highway, we have a river, we have an existing subdivision. We can't break it up into blocks like the city's current standards because we're locked in, and the geographic constraints just don't allow us to have a cohesive infill development plan and meet those criteria, because it's just not possible. We can't wipe out the river, we can't wipe out the highway or the existing homes that border us to put in additional block intersections. And so that's really why staff has recommended that all the variances be granted, because we worked on the design with them and they recognize the constraints. So we have mitigated the traffic to the satisfaction of your city engineer, your public works, the county public works, the county traffic engineer, county attorney, city attorney. No matter what, we're going to increase traffic, but they all feel that it's been more than adequately mitigated with the improvements that we're doing on Summers and Water's Edge. And we voluntarily increased the park criteria. And as Brian indicated, we did that as a trade-off to help improve the East Missoula area, which is underserved, and join our city park with the county park and embellish it with more enhancements and more usable areas so that the whole community at large can benefit from it, while also providing park along the river so the city residents at large can have access for the full length of the river along there. But we really can't do everything. We can't increase the setback standards on the river, do an over-enhanced park within the development. And so those were some of the exhibits that Brian showed you, and I know it was very fast and you might not have been able to grasp everything. It was hard for me, and I've been working and living this project for the last several years. So, but we put up those exhibits to express to you the thought process and how we ended up where we got to and why we've done this and why your staff is recommending what is before you tonight with the parks, the street mitigation, the river access, and the diversity of housing that we've provided. So with all that, you'll hear some comments tonight. I think some we will agree and some we may disagree with. But as the applicant and property owners, we would like to reserve the rights to come back and rebut some of those or answer any questions that you as the decision makers may have, because you're going to maybe hear two different stories, and we would like to try to help provide that information for you. And it sounds like we're not going to make a final decision tonight, which we were hoping for. And so again, as a developer and applicant, we would just respectfully request that you give us as much feedback, what you're all thinking that we do or don't need to work on, questions that we can try to answer for you all, information that we could get back to you before we come back together through your staff. Because again, I think a lot of thought and effort has gone into this, and a lot of heart and soul with the neighbors and us. And we want to try to address everything for you all so that we can all feel good when we're done, and we can build a community that you'll all be proud of for many years to come. So with those two requests, rebuttal and hopefully feedback, I really appreciate your time, and thank you for your consideration. And I know it's never easy with these type of developments, and we respect your decision. So any questions while I'm here? Any questions for the owner? Don't see any from council members in the room or online. Sir, would you give me your name again? Sure, it's Dave Sanson with DeNova Northwest. We're out of Phillipsburg, Montana. Great, I see in the application packet. Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sampson. Appreciate your comments. Okay, that wraps up the staff presentation, including developer and development representative remarks. So now in the public hearing process, we shift to questions from council. And so I think I'll go ahead and start with folks in the room tonight. Are there any questions from council tonight? Ms. Becerra.
Thank you. I think my question is for Ryan, actually, or Dave. Well, I understand that this is an Area A of the annexation policy. We also have an interlocal agreement that delays annexation until 2034. Is that a legally binding agreement, and how is that being dealt with in this project?
So that's my understanding of that agreement, and Dave, if he's listening, can chime in, is applicable to the East Missoula Sewer District or properties within the sewer district where the city ran sewer mains out in the late 90s, early 2000s as part of an effort to reduce nutrient loading to the Clark Fork River. And in order to get people to connect to that, we had to sort of promise them that this wasn't sort of a wolf in sheep's clothing of trying to get annexation by provision of utility services out there. That has been renewed every few years. I don't remember the initial term, but I think every 5 years or 10 years or so it's been renewed. It is coming up in a couple of years. That doesn't stop the city from annexing somebody who's requesting to annex. It just says that we won't exercise our authority to annex somebody who's connected to city services, sort of without their permission or without their right to protest. So the agreement to connect to city services, we require people to enter into contract sewer when they're outside the city limits, and a provision of that is waiving right to protest annexation. But if somebody wants their property annexed, that's sort of outside the bounds of that agreement. So I wouldn't say that agreement covers this situation, but it still does apply to the rest of the properties in the East Missoula Sewer District. It will continue to not annex that during the term of this agreement, and then when the agreement is set to expire, we'll have to consider whether or not we want to renew that for another term of years.
Follow-up?
Sure, you bet.
I guess my follow-up question is, did we pursue contract sewer? And it's not clear to me whether the annexation proposal was initiated by the landowner or suggested by staff.
Mr. de Grand Prix, would you like to take that, please?
Yes, Mayor Davis, thank you. So the way I recall the situation, the developer's agent, Brian Throckmorton, approached the city's design review team or development review team. I never get the name right, but it's a group of city officials who meet and discuss and make decisions at the staff level on development applications. So they came to us saying, we have this property, we'd like to connect to city sewer and water. Would annexation be required? Could we do contract sewer? How would this work? And so at the staff level, we considered it and provided guidance, made the decision to that annexation would be the appropriate avenue to move forward, provided that guidance to the developer, and then they've been acting under that guidance since then.
Okay, thanks.
You bet, absolutely. Next council question is Councillor Jordan online.
Thank you. I think some of my questions I might just email to Mr. de Grand Prix, but I'm really curious about the RSID, how much it's going to cost residents, who will be involved, and what that'll pay for.
Mr. de Grand Prix or Mr. Throckmorton, do either of you have an estimate for the Rural Special Improvement District and the costs for the residents in that area?
Well, at this point, Mayor did. Okay, go ahead.
No, go right ahead, Mr. de Grand Prix. We'll start there, and Mr. Throckmorton's ready to come up if needed.
Thank you. At this point, there's no district that's been formed. So one of the conditions of approval is to require the waiver of the right to protest an improvement district, and one is for parks and another is for streets. So there's no district that's been formed. There are no maintenance needs at this time, but a district could be formed, and the future landowners would waive their right to protest the creation of that district. And so assuming that the district was successful in its creation, then money could be assessed. But there's no district, there's no monetary amount at this point.
Have a follow-up, please.
Certainly, you bet. Go right ahead, Councillor Jordan.
Thank you. So yeah, that response might just lead into my next question. So the city is going to take over maintenance of the parks, and is the county going to take over maintenance of Summers and the city maintenance of the streets within the subdivision? And if so, is that what the RSCD could potentially pay for?
So Summers would this is Dave de Grand Prix, Development Services again. The city would maintain this internal subdivision streets once they're built by the developer and dedicated to the city. The county would continue to maintain Summers and Waterside Drive. It's possible that a road district could be created again at some point in the future to tackle some of the other roads that lead to the subdivision or even are within the subdivision. But that's not a certainty at this point.
Okay, same with the parks. That would pay for maintenance with parks. Okay, I have a few more questions, but I can yield just for the sake of time and email them in.
Okay, that's great. Thank you. And Councillor Jordan, we also have the opportunity on Wednesday. I know you know that, but I just wanted to make sure I said that out loud in case it's just another opportunity for questions to get answered. All right, then we have next Councillor Anderson.
Thanks so much, Madam Mayor, and actually thanks to Councilman Jordan for kind of kicking off my questions in regards to the RSID. And actually in the conversation with her and Mr. Grand Prix brought up some additional questions. So, I mean, very quickly, and like I said, I can also email them off, but in the event that it is annexed or when it is annexed, how does the RSID funds transfer? And then I guess my other question is, if the city isn't responsible for maintaining the internal streets within the subdivision, but the county is taking care of all the streets basically leading up to that, doesn't that create a sort of situation where the city is maintaining, it has to drive across county, a significant portion of county roads to get to where they're responsible for servicing city roads? Is there any other examples? I mean, I know that in Ward 5, there's some patchwork of city and county, but it doesn't seem to be such a division. And so I'm wondering if that's the best utilization of county resources and city resources.
All right, thank you for your question. Mr. de Grand Prix, could you take that, please?
I'll take a crack at it. You know, I think it's a pretty common occurrence, actually, that sometimes the city maintains some stretches of road for a county, you know, there are, and sometimes it's vice versa. Sometimes the county maintains certain stretches of road for the city. Shane Stack, County Public Works Director, discussed that at the planning board hearing the other night. And so I think that both entities try to be as efficient in terms of cost and workforce and equipment as they can be. And so I think there are some trades back and forth, although I don't know if there's anyone from the City Public Works and Mobility Department who's here tonight who works, I guess, more intimately with these subjects. But the way I understand it and what Shane Stack said the other night is it's actually a fairly common occurrence.
Thank you for your response, Mr. de Grand Prix. I was just looking across our attendees to see if there's anybody from Public Works here to further provide comment. And that is something, if not, we can certainly make sure we follow up on Wednesday as well. Thank you, Mr. Throck.
Follow up, Madam Mayor.
Ms. Anderson, is it related to this question?
Yes, it's the first part of the question that I asked in regards to.
Well, I'm sorry, Ms. Anderson, hold on one second. We're going to continue with the question around the maintenance on city, county, sort of frog jumping over each other. And then we'll get back to that first part of your question, if that's okay.
Brian Throckmorton, 406 Engineering. I just, Councilmember, I just wanted to give a few examples. Like the Ranch Club is an example. Canyon View, the golf course on the other side of this property is city property. When you look at like Water Wheel subdivision, you look at most of the Mullen area, you look at a lot of Linda Vista that goes up Upper Miller Creek. So there's a lot of examples of this already happening. This just isn't like a one-off. In fact, again, you know, the golf course, Canyon View Golf Course, is further away. You have to drive by this to get to that, and it is city zone. So.
Thank you for that clarification, Mr. Throckmorton. And then Councillor Anderson, thank you for making sure we got your first question answered, which is when annexed, how do the RSID funds transfer from the county to the city in order to pay for the improvements in that special improvement district? Or how do they basically, how does that work? Who wants to take that? Mr. de Grand Prix, is that you? Ms. Curtis, I'm sorry, we're going to stick with city staff and others here for now, but thank you for your offer. I appreciate that. And we might need to if we don't have anybody here to answer. Hold on one second. Who wants to take that, please?
I can, Mayor Davis. So at this point, again, there's no district that has been set up. The developer builds the roads, dedicates them to the city. However, the future lot owners would waive their right to protest the creation of a road maintenance district or a road improvement district. And so, and I think the district can include both. I know the district can include both property within the city and property within a county. And I guess whichever jurisdiction forms a district, it would probably be the county, because the roads within the county would not be the new roads, would require upgrades at some point. And these property owners would have waived the right to protest inclusion of the district for those particular roads, Deer Creek Road, for example, Summer Street, and Speedway is detailed in one of the conditions of approval. So the county would then form the district, and taxes could be raised through property, assessments could be raised through property tax statements and property tax payments within that geographic area.
Ms. Anderson, just want to make sure that you had your question answered, and then also this can be additional information that can be further explained on Wednesday during the committee as well.
Yes, thank you so much, Madam Mayor. That does answer my question. And just a quick point of clarification, I do not believe that it's this Wednesday that we're hearing it back in land use and planning. I think it's the following Wednesday, but somebody who has the most up-to-date committee schedule in front of them may want to clarify.
I believe you are correct, and we will thank you very much for clarifying that. Mr. de Grand Prix, that's correct, right? Let's take a quick look at the schedule while we're on that.
Yeah, there is not a land use and planning committee meeting scheduled for this Wednesday, I believe.
Thank you very much. That's right. Thank you for that clarification. So we would be moving it to the 20th. Just look at my calendar.
The 21st.
21st, thank you. How special. My calendar doesn't show the last week of August. Okay, cool. All right, the 21st, thank you. Thank you for that clarification. All right, Councillor Jones, your question, please.
Sure, let me take my hand down here. So you talked about the river a lot and it changing its channel. I did look at the floodplain map. I just wanted to make sure I'm connecting the dots here, that the floodplain map, what does that show? And then my understanding also is the DNRC has done an updated floodplain map. And are you using that floodplain map? If you can paint that picture for me.
Yeah, and I could share it for it. Really simple. There's very, very little of the property in the floodplain.
Okay.
And the new updated map has very little in the floodplain as well. So the channel migration study is actually where the bank of the river would be eaten away. So not actual flooding. So the property itself is, much above where the floodplain would be. But there's areas that this has happened quite a bit. I mean, you definitely see this as you go out by Kelly Island, where huge areas of bank that aren't floodplain have been eaten away by the river. And so that's the migration of the channel, is that idea. This property is really locked in with the bridges north and south, and it's pretty much a straight line. So the ability for the river, it doesn't just, randomly take a left, especially when it doesn't have any floodplain to get it there. So this is more of an example of the channel migration study is eating away and is actually completely separate from floodplain, if that helps at all with what we're talking about.
That does, thanks. I needed a little bit of that spelled out for me. Mayor, just one other thought was, I was planning on sending this back to committee, and I can speak to that, but I also really want to hear the public comment tonight, because I think that will create more questions, and I will have more questions, but I want to hear public comment, and then I would email those prior to a committee meeting. So anyway, do you want me to speak to sending it back to committee, or is that later?
I think you could do either one, and certainly happy to, we will want to make room for it later, and so if that's the intended motion to send it back to committee, then why don't we hear, let me look at my list of parliamentary procedures, but why don't we hear public comment first before knowing that would be the motion, is to send it back to committee. Thank you, appreciate the request there. Are there any other questions from the development team or staff from council members? Okay, not seeing any. Then that wraps up our questions from council. And for the public hearing process, we do put the main motion on the floor in order to open public hearing. So I'll look to our Vice Chair of the Land Use and Planning Committee, Councillor Becerra.
Do you need me to read the motion? It's very
long. I think it's certainly been presented on the screen. I'm going to look to Mr. Sudbury. Do we need to read this into the record?
I don't think we need to. I've never sort of understood the need to read out a several hundred word long motion. So I think it's been publicly noticed. It's on the council agenda. People can find it online. It was up on the screen. I think we're good.
Great. Thank you for that efficiency, and thank you for asking that question.
Thanks.
So you are making the motion on the floor?
So I do have to read the motion?
Well, you just have to say I'm making the motion, I think, so we know it's on the floor, so we're opening up the public hearing.
So the motion for all the recommended motions as stated in the staff report are now on the floor.
Great, thank you for that. I appreciate that, Councillor Becerra. Okay, now this opens up our public comment, and I do realize that it is 9 o'clock. Around a little after 10 o'clock, we're gonna have to take another break. We've got a lot of folks here. I'm gonna continue to move forward. As people need to take a restroom break, I would suggest you do that, just so we can keep moving here, if that's okay. All right, and I might need to do the same myself and tag out. Okay, all right, so members of the public and folks that are in the room, you can go ahead and start to make public comment. I'll remind you that it is 3 minutes per person. I will help you monitor the public comment. Please keep an eye out for the lights up front here. The yellow light will indicate when you have 30 seconds left. And I do ask that you keep to 3 minutes or less, and so we can hear from everybody. Feel free to queue up if that makes it a little easier and a little more efficient. Come on up, say your name, spell your last name if you would, and indicate if you're from the area. We're curious if you're in East Missoula or if you're from city or county. Go right ahead.
Good evening. My name is Carrie Bronson, B-R-O-N-S-O-N. I'm a resident of the city of Missoula. And my comment tonight is that I believe there is a big difference between access to a proposed subdivision and a safe access to a proposed subdivision. And I would like to see a decision on how to safely get the additional traffic from Waterside onto Deer Creek Speedway and eventually Montana 200, and also from Summers to Montana 200. I would like to see that safety issue addressed before this vote is taken on this subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Ms. Bronson. Appreciate that. Next public comment, come on up.
Hi, I'm Richard Fifield, and some of you may know me, so the fact that I'm going to say something nice is going to be startling. I would like to acknowledge the fact these people, my community, this has been an ongoing thing, and this is a public hearing. For 2 hours, what's been missing? Any mention of the people who live there. And I've watched these people for the last 2 years go to 3 community meetings and 5 city meetings, and the only thing in common was we never had a vote, but we showed up. And I cannot be more proud of the people who live in East Missoula. And whatever you were sold during the public hearing for the last hour and a half, it took away time that these people have dedicated. We had 2 planning board meetings. It's unprecedented. And the only common denominator is that we don't have a vote on anything. We have no representation. You decide our utility rates. You're our water company. But we don't get to vote for city council members. We don't get to vote for the mayor. So I ask that you really reconsider our 25-year-long marriage and think about maybe it's time to renegotiate the deal, because it ain't working for some of us. So maybe a divorce, you can keep the kids. But I want to say thank you to all of these people for coming to a meeting where they don't even get to vote, and going to all of these meetings where they don't get to vote. Thanks.
Thanks for your comment. Next public comment, come on up.
My name is Robert Derry, D-E-R-Y. I live at 115 Summers. I'm the first house at the entrance to this development. This contained unit of high-density housing that has hundreds of units. Most of these people go to work in the morning, their kids go to school between the hours of 7 and 9 in the morning. Summers is going to be like Grand Central Station. It's going to be, you're going to have hundreds of people coming to Summers to go out to Highway 200. They're not going to go to Deer Creek. Why would you drive out of town and then come back in again? All of these people are going to come to Summer Street. And Summer Street has one road, even the new road, one lane in each direction for hundreds of units, hundreds of people to be using. Can you imagine what it's going to be like morning rush hour, night rush hour in the middle of East Missoula? There's not another road in East Missoula that has that kind of traffic, anywhere near that kind of traffic. It's going to be crazy for all the people on Summer Street. How long is it going to take you to back out of your driveway? You know, how long is it going to take you to go where you need to go with all of these units being contained in one area? They can't get up through the rest of the streets because they're all permanently blocked. You cannot use any other streets in the neighborhood because they're already blocked. Everyone on Summer Street will go from normal neighborhood traffic to major traffic. At times, access to and from our homes will be greatly affected. Cut down on the number of dwellings in there. We're not saying you can't do some construction in there, but why high density in this small contained area that doesn't have the access that it needs? East Missoula is no place for high density residential. That's all I have to say.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Derry. Other public comment, come on up.
My name is Bruce Baxter, B-A-X-T-E-R. My wife Janice and I are adjacent homeowners to the Aspire property. DeNova's current housing plat will create some serious negative impacts on their new neighbors. DeNova is planning 35-foot high multi-story dwellings. There are currently no two-story houses visible in any direction from the Aspire property. Montana Avenue, Canyon View Drive, and the other adjacent streets have view lots. We enjoy the views of the Clark Fork River, the river corridor, the open space on the golf course, the railroad, and the Hellgate Canyon. Canyon View Drive is called Canyon View for a reason. If 35-foot high structures are allowed, they will block our views and reduce our property and resale values. We would have to change the name of the Hellgate Canyon to Apartment View Canyon. This does not, quote, consider the character of the district or consider the promotion of compatible growth, both of which are required to be considered by the council. We ask the council to impose a height limit of 20 feet on one-story structures to match the neighborhood. There will also be huge traffic congestion problems. Summer Street currently flows 800 vehicles per day. Aspire is planning on 2,800 vehicles on Summer Street, over 200 more on Waterside Drive. Even after the revamping of Summer Street, Aspire's own traffic study states issues at the Summer Street Highway 200 intersection will remain above the desired condition. This means Summer Street does not have the reserve capacity to flow 2,800 vehicles per day. DeNova's plan creates traffic jams from Summer Street all the way to Reserve Street. This negatively impacts the effects on motorized and non-motorized transportation systems and will do great harm to the public safety and general welfare. The only way to reduce this crush of traffic is to reduce the density of the housing. Also, DeNova's current plan places houses within 20 feet of the natural riverbank, the riparian area. which creates a myriad of problems to the river, water quality, and wildlife. To date, DeNova has received 92 documented negative public comments, only one positive public comment with conditions, over 98% public opposition to the project. The Consolidated Planning Board recommended a redesign of DeNova's housing plat. We asked the council to retain Missoula County's riparian protection zone, disallowing any structures within 175 feet of the high water mark of the river. This protects the riparian area, reduces the density of the housing, and reduces the traffic problems while still allowing new housing. We asked the council to retain Missoula County's current new zoning, maximum 6 dwelling units per acre. Then no annexation is required. Also, the county commissioners sent a letter of recommendations, and I would like Dave DeGrandprix to present this letter to the council. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Baxter. Next public comment, come on up.
Good evening. Thank you. My name is Sue Holden, Holden, and I am here on behalf of myself and as chair of the East Missoula Community Council. We know that development is inevitable in East Missoula. A subdivision of this size and magnitude is not appropriate for East Missoula. The definition of character overlay is based on the city of Missoula. It definitely does not fit the true and actual character of the neighborhood in East Missoula County. Annexing that property into the city of Missoula along with rezoning, I feel, is a manipulative tactic to avoid the Missoula County zoning laws at best. Currently, there have been 4 new developments in East Missoula, none of which asked to be annexed. I was originally told that they had to request annexation in order to get access to sewer and water, and that simply is not true. Any new home or development can hook up to city and water and is not required to be annexed. There have been almost 90 written comments submitted in addition to numerous verbal public comments against the annexation and rezoning. A vote for annexation and rezoning is not in the best interest of East Missoula and its residents. The traffic impact statement was done in 2021, long before the new Shawron parking area and the changes with Marshall Mountain. The updated traffic study in 2023 was simply a copy of the 2021 study. The developer guesstimates that 90% of the traffic from Aspire will travel on Summer Street to Highway 200. Almost all of the residents on Summer Street were ever included in their written notification requirements, as the only requirement was to notify residents within 100 feet of the property. With the guesstimated 90% of additional traffic, there is a huge public safety concern on Summer Street. The additional traffic on Speedway is of huge concern as well. The Highway 200 corridor project has been in the works for years. Funding for that has now been secured. Imagine what will happen when that project gets going, and then add the extreme additional traffic. It's guesstimated the other 10% may use the Water's Edge Street, which was not initially built to handle that amount of traffic. So they too would have to endure the hardship of the construction. The travel impacts alone should give you pause, along with the major disruption of 10 years to a small community like East Missoula. The fairly new interlocal agreement with our fire department will not fiscally be supported, and I'm close. So thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Next public comment, come on up.
Good evening, Madam Mayor and City Council members. My name is John N. Miller, M-I-L-L-E-R. I'm a resident at 855 Montana Avenue. I'm Mr. Baxter's tenant. I did some research today on the wages and salaries here in Missoula for 24 popular employers. The highest rate of hourly wages is $36 an hour at Community Medical Center in the hospital. The highest salaried position is for a physical therapist at $44 an hour. I did some figures. If you had a 2-member household at $36 an hour, that would be $72 an hour, of course. In the 25% income tax bracket, that would come down to $54 an hour after taxes. And at $80 hours for 2 incomes, that'd be $4,320 a week. And monthly, that'd be $17,280 after federal taxes. And then any financial counselor would recommend you spend no more than 30% in your housing, including taxes and insurance. That would be $5,184 towards principal and a loan, not including the interest and insurance and state taxes. So I found out the average cost of one of these new units in the annexation is approximately $552,000, and that the medium house would be the cost of a home in America is $331,000. So some of these units are more than 67% more expensive than the median in America. Not affordable housing. And because of the income levels in the city, out of reach of the citizens. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Miller. Other public comment this evening on this agenda item?
Good evening, Madam Mayor, council members. My name is Jean Curtis. I do not live in East Missoula. I live on Howell Street. And I can't answer your question about RSIDs because I was county commissioner for a few years. It'd be collected by the county and it'd be spent on county roads, so it wouldn't be transferred. I would first like to thank the Consolidated Planning Board for their thoughtful consideration of the Aspire subdivision, and I agree with their recommendation to deny. Annexation of contiguous properties creates problems like this. When the city annexes property next to an existing neighborhood, the citizens who live in those neighborhoods, as you heard tonight, feel they have no representation in the decision. The city will impose impact fees on new development, but those impacts are often in the county. In this case, the traffic-related safety issues are off-site, mostly on Summers and some on Waterside. City impact fees will not be used to address them. The infrastructure in Missoula and suburban areas of the county are not ready to serve these larger subdivisions. Expecting Summers, for example, to handle over 2,000 more cars per day is crazy. I hope before your meeting on the 21st that all of you drive out to East Missoula, maybe take a friend and have them meet you on Summers, driving toward you, and just feel how safe you are. You don't feel safe. Complete streets, both the city and the county have adopted complete street resolutions. Allowing variances to new subdivisions that don't meet those standards only make the carrying capacity of our infrastructure worse. DeNova's asked for dozens of variances. Some of them probably make sense, but your regulations were adopted less than a year ago, so they're not outdated. City growth policy, the livability sections talk about walkability, but overloading Summers takes away the ability for families to walk and bike with kids like they can do now, even without sidewalks and bike lanes, because it's a low volume street. The safety and wellness section encourages building next to existing infrastructure, but this existing infrastructure does not support that volume that they propose. A neighborhood overlay is supposed to recognize and protect the physical characteristics of the neighborhood, but should also respect existing neighborhoods. As to future RSID waivers for the street and pedestrian facilities, I dealt with that a lot when I was commissioner. I know that you need to figure out a way to pay for things in the future, but pushing the cost of infrastructure improvements to the future means that somebody may be able to barely afford to buy this new home, but when elected officials in the future agree to establish these RSIDs, now their payment jumps up. So again, it's a working class neighborhood, and it needs to be respected. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Curtis. Other public comment, come on up.
Good evening. My name is Cynthia Nesbitt, Nesbitt. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I live in East Missoula, and I'm here to express my strong opposition to the proposed Aspire subdivision and its annexation into the city of Missoula. Firstly, the projected traffic increase from the subdivision will significantly strain our county's infrastructure. The development is expected to add approximately 2,000 vehicles to Summer Street per day by the end of the project. If annexed, the tax revenue generated from this development will not contribute to maintaining and improving our county roads and infrastructure, placing an undue burden on our existing systems. Additionally, there are serious safety concerns associated with the current plans. I understand there were discussions about having uncontrolled intersections on Summer Street. While previous intersections have been properly controlled, the proposal to include uncontrolled intersections near these points for additional parking is alarming. This design poses major safety risks for pedestrians, cyclists, children, and even drivers. Another critical issue is the proposed 50-foot setback from the river for the riparian area. Riparian zones are crucial for both aquatic and terrestrial wildlife, and this setback is inadequate to protect their essential ecological functions. Furthermore, the plan to leave the city responsible for managing any erosion along the riverbank adds to the community's burden and overlooks long-term environmental impacts. I would like to address the discrepancy in the project's documentation. Attachment 28, the wildlife exhibit, lists only 5 mammal species. However, attachment 52, the riparian resource report, mentions white-tailed deer, squirrels, and other small mammals in the area. This inconsistency raises about the accuracy and completeness of the wildlife information provided. It is crucial that all information is reliable and thorough. I urge the council to seek clarification from the developers to address this discrepancy and ensure transparency. As a resident of a small neighborhood, approximately half a mile from the proposed subdivision and about a quarter of a mile from the river, I have encountered black bears and have seen several reports of mountain lions in the area. Neither were on their list of mammals, despite the developer's report indicating no sightings of these predators within the 35-acre area. I believe they have likely been present. Given this context, while the proposed 50-foot riparian area is a start, a 175-foot buffer as required by the county would be more appropriate to accommodate wildlife, protect wildlife and residents, and mitigate potential encounters. While the Aspire subdivision could potentially be a positive addition to East Missoula, the current design does not align with our community's needs and safety standards. The developers argue for variances and longer blocks, citing undue hardships, but as highlighted by Lynn Davis from the Missoula Consolidated Planning Board, the real hardship falls on our community due to the developers' design choices. Their approach of maximizing housing density without adequate road planning is problematic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Other public comment, come on up. Don't be shy, come on up. If you're here to make comment on this agenda item tonight, come on up.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, City Council. My name is Jeremy Williams, W-I-L-L-I-A-M-S. I've been a real estate broker here in Missoula for over 20 years. I'm deeply concerned about the state of Missoula's housing market. For almost 10 years, Missoula has faced a low inventory housing crisis, and the prolonged shortage of homes has caused prices to skyrocket, affecting a resident's ability to afford homes and continue driving up prices and property taxes for everybody. To put this in perspective, there's almost 80,000 people that live in Missoula, probably closer to 100 in the surrounding areas. As of today, there's only 374 houses for all those 80,000 people. In addition, more than half of those houses are over 700,000. Under 700,000, there's only 2 months supply of houses, which is causing prices to continue to raise up. I understand change is uncomfortable and it affects the community, good and bad, no matter the situation. We have to keep in mind that there'll never be a perfect set of rules or regulations that fit every neighborhood while making the project feasible for the landowner. Variances are inevitable no matter what the project. Some of the most desirable neighborhoods in Missoula have been created with variances and flexibility. Over the past 20 years, I've seen well-conceived subdivisions halted because they were not deemed fit for the area. And what seemed like a win for the neighborhood at the time ended up being a great disappointment in the future. My fear is if we don't find ways to support Missoula landowners and create positive growth, alternative options like building apartments, an option that doesn't have any oversight, is going to be forced upon us out of necessity. And actually the proof's in our housing data. The housing data shows the highest single year of sales out of the last 20 years didn't happen during the COVID market. It actually happened in 2006. So out of 20 years, 2006 was the highest number of single-family houses that sold in Missoula. So over the last 20 years, we've seen tens of thousands of people move into our market, and we've grown. Landowners have been forced to build temporary houses such as apartments instead of owner-occupied homes due to the restraints of subdivision. This trend has exacerbated our housing crisis and limited opportunities for housing in our community. Without more homes, prices will remain out of reach for our residences, driving away our workforce, students, fixed income families that can no longer afford the city taxes. Recent census was done nationally, and it said the average renter has a net worth of $10,000, while the average homeowner has a net worth of over $400,000. To maintain the culture and fabric of our community and keep Missoulians in Missoula, we have to embrace positive growth, and that's why I support subdivision. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Williams. All right, additional public comment. Come on up to the microphone.
My name is Linda Ensign, E-N-S-I-G-N. My property is located abutting Aspire. A lot is already said about the traffic on Summers, and they have a right to be concerned, but the problem doesn't end magically when Highway 200 is reached. East Missoula is essentially landlocked, having only Highway 200 running through the northwest side of the area as access and egress. It is a two-lane highway with fairly narrow shoulders and no turn lanes. The gentleman with your transportation department testified that we might know what improvements on Highway 200 might look like in 4 years. So 5 years, East Missoula residents might expect to be dealing with the first half of the Aspire traffic, the increased traffic from other developments, and the necessary improvements, that's construction, to the only highway in or out. That's planning. I would also like to talk about the park. The existing county park sits partially on the top of an old trolley route. A few feet from the boundary of that park and adjacent to the new park, there is a steep embankment about 12 feet high. It is not a cliff. If you stepped off, you wouldn't go splat 12 feet down, but you wouldn't be able to stop your slide to the bottom either. The idea that these two parks can be adjoined into one continuous park seems pretty unlikely given the topography. This embankment runs the entire length of the property, ranging in height from 4 to about 14 feet. One of the variances you are asked to approve is because of that topography. As to the density and affordability, most of the homes left vacant when people move into the new subdivision are likely to be in California, Oregon, and Colorado, and of course on Summer Street. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Ensign. Other public comment, come on up.
Yes. Madam Mayor, Council, my name is Judy Belknap, B-E-L-K-N-A-P. I live at 768 Anglers Bend Way, and it's in the Canyon River Estates. And I guess my question to propose to each of you is, have any of you actually driven out and seen the proposal of what is actually going to be taking place? So I would encourage you, before you make such a major decision, which would impact everybody's lives, to take the time before you vote on such a major decision to go as a committee and actually see what's happening out there. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Ms. Belknap. All right, other public comment tonight. Come on up.
Hi, Dustin Baker, B-A-K-E-R. I live on 601 Montana. We are on Summers Street, one of the closest ones to the subdivision. They talk about the traffic study and that there's 800 cars currently on Summers Street. That's at the very end where we hit 200. Where it impacts the families and comes into our subdivision, we're seeing more like 30 to 50 cars a day, not the 800. So this is a huge increase to be dropping 2,100 cars into this area that has 30 to 50 cars currently. So the impact study really talks about how this traffic is going to impact 200 and some of those other outlying streets, not the interior of our community and how that traffic is going to disperse through those other community county-owned roads to get to 200 when those intersections are overloaded. Again, when we look at the density of this, I think everybody agrees that we are going to have some sort of subdivision here. We are going to have development, but we need it developed properly and in a proper density there. When we look around at the other subdivisions, adjoining them or across the river there, again, most of those are second homes for people. That doesn't help our Missoula real estate market to have second homes for out-of-state people. And this price range gets you into that second home mentality, not allowing people to leapfrog from a $200,000 home up there. It just doesn't quite work out as the developer is asked there. The other thing, as far as traffic and how we're getting there, the developer has already shown that we can add more access to this development. Robinson is a viable access point, and that would create 3 different entrances here. It disperses the traffic through different road systems and throughout the community a little bit more. It is impactful to more people, but it allows a better deviation or divvy of that traffic. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Baker. Other public comment? Anybody else in the audience? Come on up.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I have been called the mayor of East Missoula at different times, so we have a little bit of connection.
Nice to meet you.
I am Jack Ballas, B-A-L-L-A-S, and I've lived out in East Missoula since 1970. My concern, I think, is on the density of the development is going to be seasonal, because for many years I had to snowplow on, and I would snowplow the parking lot for the community center and for the fire department, and once in a while for the neighbors. Every few years we get a tremendous amount of snow, and with this development there's very little place where the snow can be piled in this development. I'm trying to think now where I was going to go with it. I guess I'm going to maybe challenge the city council on how they would feel if they lived in one of these houses in the development. The city does not plow residential streets on a regular basis, where the county does plow East Missoula on a regular basis. How would you feel if you get snowed in and East Missoula has bare streets where we can get out and get to work? I'd like to have you think about that too with this density development. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments, Mr. Ballas. Other public comment this evening in the room? All right, not seeing any additional public comment in the room for this agenda item. Then how about online? Are there members of the public online? I do see a couple of hands raised. And so the first is Matthew Olson. Mr. Olson, I think you're unmuted, but if not, please unmute from your side and go right ahead. I'll time you on this side and let you know when you have 30 seconds left. Matthew Olson, can you unmute on your side? Okay, we're gonna see if we can come back to you. Your hand is not raised anymore. Let's see if I can unmute you here. All right. We're going to move on to the next public comment, which is Stephanie. No, last name. Stephanie, can you unmute?
Okay, I think I did. My name is Stephanie Lemberg, Lemberg. And I've been listening to the other comments that have been said, so I kind of modified what I was going to say. I strongly agree with what Richard said. We've listened to these presentations 4 times. Each time they get a little longer, the information is cherry-picked. There's no way that we as the public can readdress all of these new points every single time, but we try. We honestly do try. Each time we get a longer lecture about, look, if you guys keep protesting, you're going to lose the park. The houses are going to get cheaper. They're not going to be as nice. They're going to be more expensive. We're going to lose money. We're not asking for much. We're just asking for maybe a little bit nicer of a development. We got to hear in one of the meetings that we attended about the development out by the Y. There were almost 0 public comments about that. Everybody thought it was a really good, well thought out, nicely designed subdivision. But one thing that was new this time was the developer speaking. And I would encourage everyone to read the East Missoula Community Council comment dated 4/30, April 30th, which talks about these supposed outreaches that the developer has done. Some of those meetings were private. Some of them were with lawyers with Water's Edge and lawyers from the developer. The reason that the density is down is because that is the only way that they were able to get the 1-foot no access strip removed. There's some shady deals that happened outside of view of the public that were not really, and they continue to call them public meetings, but they actually weren't. So I'm going to leave it there. I have made other comments before. I am a resident of East Missoula, and I feel that we do deserve to have our voices heard. I know the developers get hours and hours to make these presentations, but I think that we have some important things to say also. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments tonight, Stephanie. Our next public comment online is Jim Brown. Jim, can you unmute there?
I think I did.
Yes, you did.
I am Jim Brown, B-R-O-W-N. I live in Missoula, representing Five Valleys Audubon. I'm really concerned woefully about the woefully inadequate riparian setback. And the August 5 Planning Board unanimously agreed that to be the case as well. What may be underappreciated is that the Clark Fork River is widely recognized as a significant and invaluable riparian resource. It's important to many species of wildlife and the people who live there. And here in the Missoula area, it's really a natural resource treasure to the city of Missoula. So that point has probably been made, and a lot of people agree it's an important river. It is very important. We certainly and urgently need more housing, but please don't let attempts to meet this challenge lead to a permanent and regrettable impairment of the Clark Fork River. The Clark Fork defines the Missoula landscape. It is part of what makes Missoula a wonderful place to live. It is significant to all citizens now and will be into the future, even maybe perhaps more so in the future. Please don't lose sight of this. Treat the river with knowledge of its significance and respect. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Brown. Next up, we have Matthew Olson. I'm going to click on you there. Hopefully you can unmute there, Mr. Olson.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you very much for this opportunity. My name is Matt Olson, O-L-S-O-N. I am the Director of Network Development for the Montana Chamber of Commerce, and I'm here today representing the Montana Chamber to voice our pro-development support of housing in Missoula and around the state. We need to increase supply to keep up with the continued demand we see for our growing economy and population growth that is not expected to slow down, as you've heard today. Again, the Montana State Chamber is here voicing our pro-development support of housing projects of all sizes and affordability. We support building homes in a timely and transparent manner. Thank you again for the opportunity to provide this public comment.
You're very welcome. Thank you, Mr. Olson. All right, another public commenter online. We have Matt Larson. Mr. Larson, go right ahead.
Hi, Matt Larson, Ward 3. Thanks for allowing me to speak. It's good to hear everybody from East Missoula allowed to speak at these meetings. It would be nice to hear more from them in general, but it is a common theme here at these meetings in City Council, where the public and their concerns often falls on deaf ears over those of the developers, but that's neither here nor there. I think in this case, I do voice the same concerns of the fellow from the Audubon Society. I think it is an irreplaceable resource, the Clark Fork River, and if there needs to be more of a setback, I think even the developer acknowledges that. I think that there is significant issues with ADA and accessibility with some of the variances, and I think some of that does have to do with the density of the development itself. So yes, the developer can, pack a bunch of stuff into that area, but it inevitably has safety consequences, and that's what the city and the county are there to prevent. So hopefully we can see the city and the county prevent that, or at least mitigate some of the issues that seem to be glaring us in the face here. Thank you. Bye.
Thank you, Mr. Larson. All right, that looks like it is all the public comment online this evening. And, all right. So we'll now turn it back over to parliamentary debate or city council comments and questions, and I'll turn it over first to Councillor Jones.
Thanks.
Madam Mayor, we do have one more online commenter.
Oh, thank you very much, Councillor Jones. Sorry about that. Thank you. It looks like we have Gerhard Knudsen. Gerhard. Mr. Knudsen, can you unmute your phone or your computer? If it's challenging to utilize the Teams link, you're welcome to call into the meeting. Let's see, that's call in only. Call in audio only. Looking for a way to public comment. Miss Trimble, looking for a way for the public to be able to make public comment via telephone and not just listen in.
Yes, by way of telephone, call-in only the call-in number is 406-384-6960. And then you need to enter the conference ID, which is 239-973-987#.
Thank you very much.
And that is available on the top of the agenda.
Great, I see that. I got a little confused when it said or call in audio only, probably meaning that you can't see. 406-384-6960 is a way, Mr. Knudsen, for you to call in. All right. It's appearing like Mr. Knutson, your audio may not be working on your side. I do want to encourage you that there is another public hearing on the public hearing extension, more public comment opportunity on Wednesday, the 21st at Council Committee, and then again when they hear this again on the 26th. You're also encouraged to send comments to Missoula City Council as they consider this decision. Okay, I'm going to turn it over to Councillor Jones.
Thanks. Appreciate everyone coming down tonight, all of the comments, all of the presentations. I would like to send this back to committee, and I just wanted to state my reasons. This is a massive project, and there's a lot of information attached to our agenda, and I've waded through a lot of it, but I need to spend a little bit more time with it to really get my arms around it, and frankly, it was very helpful hearing the comment this afternoon, so I can go back through, read all of this, and just process it. We also were getting a lot of information in the last day or so, and I think it's a big project. It's complicated. We don't, from my time on council, I don't recall having one of these scenarios where we are in such an equation of county and city land and how to make it all work. So I wanted to send it back to committee for that reason, and I think we could hear it on the 21st and then still have a final decision by the 26th and be within a timely time frame because of the subdivision laws. So just wanted to put that on the record and hope we can send it back to committee.
Okay, thank you for your comment there. Is there any concerns with folks with sending this back to committee? Any council comments? No. Do we need to take a vote on that? Or if there's no contested, we can just send it back, right? One person can send it. Thank you. Okay, that's right. Thank you. Right on. Appreciate that. All right. One committee person has sent this back to committee, one council member has sent this back to committee, which means that is the status of this project. It is sent back to Land Use and Planning Committee. That meeting will be on Wednesday, August 21st. Thank you very much, everybody that came out tonight for this project and shared your comments. We really appreciate everybody's time and energy. And I will go ahead and I'm going to gavel out the meeting for a couple of minutes and allow people to take a break. Councillor Jordan, I see your hand is up.
Yeah, thank you. I apologize, but can you just explain the procedure for sending something back to committee? Doesn't it need to be voted on? Or are you saying it can go back to committee because nobody objected kind of through a basic straw poll?
Yes, my understanding of the procedure that is outlined in city council rules is one city council member can send it back to committee unless there is an objection. Then by which, okay, if there is an objection, we would take a vote to suspend the rules and not send it back to committee.
Great, thank you for that.
Absolutely, you bet. Thank you for quizzing me on that. I'm constantly learning my parliamentary rules. I got some head nods, so I think I got that right. Thank you. Okay. Then that concludes this agenda item this evening. Again, thank you everybody that came for this. If you are here for the remainder of the public meeting, we are going to go take a brief 6-minute break because nobody wants to be here too late. So at 9:50 p.m. we will resume the meeting. Thank you very much. Hey, thanks everybody. We just had a quick interview there and we just wanted to get that taken care of. I'm gonna go ahead and gavel us back in at 9:57 p.m. Sorry about the extended break there. Thanks everybody for a few minutes. I appreciate that. It looks like we lost most of our public comment, or if there were any for the evening. But we did have a lot of people here for those agenda items. So we are gonna move on now to our next agenda. We have no new business. And so public comments for items on the agenda. Tonight we have the consent agenda remaining, and then we have regular council business, and there are no items under regular council business. So how we're gonna handle these next two items is I'm gonna ask Ms. Trimble to read the consent agenda for the record, make sure that's displayed, and then public comment will be taken on both the consent agenda and regular business, which there is no regular business, but if you wanted to comment on minutes from any of those committees, you're welcome to. So with that, Ms. Trimble, I'll ask you to read the consent agenda, please.
Absolutely. On tonight's consent agenda, we always start with our accounts payable or claims for checks dated August 13th, 2024 in the amount of $1,501,964.36. We have a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the first amended interlocal agreement between the city of Missoula and Missoula County to establish the governance structure for the Missoula Metropolitan Abatement Region for the opioid settlement. Item 8.3 is one you may have seen before. This is a motion to set a public hearing for August 26th and 2024 to adopt an ordinance to amend the Missoula Municipal Code 2.80.010 and 2.80.030 to the recommended language concerning the residency requirement as attached. Just a note from the clerk. This is the residency requirement that council recently heard in committee and voted on July 22nd. There were a couple little noted typographical and procedural errors, and so we're just redoing this quickly so that the procedure and the typos could be corrected. So this is something that everyone has seen before and have voted on before. Item 8.4 is a motion to set a special meeting of City Council on August 28th at 3 p.m. to hold a joint city-county public hearing for the Indreland Laval Creek Conservation Easement Open Space Project. This is on a Wednesday, and since we did not have any noticed public hearings on or City Council meetings on Wednesday, this is a special meeting for that purpose. And two more items. 8.5, there is a motion to approve and authorize the mayor to sign the Takima Park Water Quality Improvements Phase 2 Professional Services Agreement for the new fields at the cost not to exceed $128,456. And finally, a motion to approve the West End Home Subdivision Phase 1 Final Plat.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Trimble. Is there any public comment on the consent agenda this evening? Not seeing any in the room. How about online? Is there any public comment online for the consent agenda? Or the regular business, which again is are just committee reports? All right, not seeing any public comment. Any council members wishing to separate any items? All right. Not seeing any there, then we can go ahead and proceed forward with a voice vote. Ms. Trimble.
Voting on items on the consent agenda. All in favor say aye.
Aye.
Aye. And any opposed? That passes unanimously.
Okay, wonderful. Thank you very much. That wraps up consent agenda and public comment. There's nothing on regular business, so no items to cover there. And now we'll move on to public comment on non-agenda items. I don't see anybody here in the room this evening wishing to make public comment on non-agenda items. Is there anybody online that wishes to make public comment on non-agenda items? Not seeing any hands raised or microphones coming unmuted. Okay, that wraps up our public comment on non-agenda items. I'll shift to communications from the mayor, and I'll skip out on my comments this evening. And I had several at the beginning of the meeting. And I will shift to general comments of city council members. I think I'll go ahead and start online this evening. So Councillor Jordan, I saw that your camera just came back on. Would you like to make any council comments this evening?
Yeah, thank you. I just wanted to make a clarification. I have started receiving a bunch of phone calls from Ward 4 constituents regarding their notion that I had somehow authorized urban camping in Bellevue Park. And it's been pretty confronting. I've had a lot of angry people calling me. It appears that a leaflet has been dropped on Ward 4 porches saying that Kirsten Jordan is responsible for homeless people being allowed to camp in Bellevue Park. And it's just been really upsetting. I've been yelled at. I have been threatened. And I just want to clarify that I didn't vote for the ordinance that is allowing camping in our city parks. I have always been a proponent of authorized campsites because I don't know if camping in parks is ever going to be fully tenable. I think that having authorized campsites will protect our unhoused community because they'll have a place to go where they don't have to move on a regular basis. Their service providers will be able to find them and will be able to mitigate and address and support them while they are in one place. And so I just wanted to clear for the record that 2 of us did not vote for that ordinance, myself and Daniel Carlino, and then 10 other city council members did vote for the ordinance that does allow camping in city parks. And I think the misinformation has been exceptionally frustrating because I have been kind of the target of some misinformation since the beginning of my candidacy. And I will absolutely own my behavior that is true and that actually happens, but I've had to defend myself on a regular basis for things that are absolutely false and misleading, and it takes a toll. It affects my mental health. It affects my bandwidth. And I think that as a city council, when we encounter misinformation that targets one of our colleagues, that we should all band together and help protect each other. Because I'm telling you, it has affected my mental health. This last 4 days, the calls that I've been getting have hurt. And I haven't been a part of making sure that people can camp in city parks. And so I would just call on my colleagues to please think about how you would feel if you suddenly started getting a bunch of phone calls from angry people based on something that was inaccurate and completely untrue, and whether or not you could step in and help, because it's been really hard to deal with this alone. It's taken up a bunch of my work time because I have a full-time job on top of this. And like I said, it's affected my mental health. And so I hope that for anybody that's still listening, you can know that I didn't have anything to do with it. I did not vote for the ordinance. And that's all I have to say tonight. Thank you.
You're welcome, and thank you for your comments, and certainly wishing you the best. I can relate to negative and very challenging comments coming at you, and it is very difficult. Thank you for your comments, Councillor Jordan. I'm going to go ahead and bring it to council members in the room tonight. Start with Councillor Carlino.
And I'll pass tonight.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Vasecka.
I'll pass.
Okay. Councillor Campbell.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I'll pass as well.
Okay, you bet. Councillor Jones?
I think we've all been getting emails and calls about camping in parks, and I also wanted to address the camping in parks issue. I think there has been some conflating of issues. Councillor Jordan brought a referral last fall that was calling for authorized campsites in parks, which was a completely different product, but that would have had numerous camps, numerous tents staying for very long periods of time. Nope, this is my time to talk. Point of order.
Absolutely not true.
Point of order. Anyway, we are not having authorized campsites.
Point of order comments.
Kristen, this is my chance to talk, please. Anyway, we did not authorize campsites. We have allowed for camping from 8 at night until 8 in the morning in small sections of parks, and the point of that was to not have a lot of tents in one place that were there for a long time, which created an encampment, which is the challenge we've been dealing with for the last few years. So it's a completely different product. There were some people who didn't vote for that ordinance who wanted to increase it from, instead of 8 to 8, instead have 24 hours and have some different factors. But ultimately, that was the urban camping ordinance that we came out with. And I think we need to do the best we can for the next several months to see how we can make this work in our community, since we have a population of folks that are going to be camping. We don't have enough beds, so we're trying to make it work and balance how we can have people camp in Missoula, make it work for the entire population. So I also want to make sure that there's clear messaging on this, because yes, I voted for this. I did not vote for something that was far more extreme, but I voted for this, trying to thread the needle. So just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
You bet. And I will just say for the record, since I'm the presiding officer and I have control of the mic here, that I will clarify that Councillor Jordan's August 23rd, 2023 referral, the recommended motion was to direct city administration to identify 12 locations, 2 in each ward, that are city or private in partnership with the landowner, property to be used as designated rotating campsites. It would require staff to establish and maintain contracts for services, including toilet sharps, containers, and trash. Nowhere in the referral does it talk about parks specifically. However, I think that detail would likely have been worked out, and it's just not mentioned in the referral. I want to just clarify that for folks on record. Okay, Councillor Savage, you're up.
Thank you for the clarification. I am also going to pass tonight.
Okay, you bet. Councillor Melson?
Thank you, but I'll also pass.
Okay, you bet. And Councillor Becerra?
Thank you. I just want to point out that there is now a there's information about urban camping in the ordinance, what the ordinance does and what it doesn't do, and significant, information related to urban camping on the city's website. It's on the main page. Thank you to our communications, I forget your title now.
Communications Director.
Ginny Miriam for working on this, because I think it's important that the community has easy access to read accurate information on urban camping and the ordinance. Thank you.
You're very welcome. All right, that wraps up our council comment this evening, and that brings us to the end of the meeting. It is 10:10, and I'm going to adjourn this evening's meeting. Thank you all very much.